What if Harry Potter never slept under a staircase? What if on the night Voldemort fell, two hunters got there first? Before Hagrid, before Dumbledore, before any of it? And drove away with a baby in the back seat of a 1967 Chevy Impala. No cupboard. No Dursleys. No owl letters left unanswered on a doorstep. Just rock salt, silver blades, and two brothers who raised the boy who lived to be something the wizarding world never saw coming. This is the story of Harry Winchester, a boy who grew up in cheap motels and salvage yards, who learned Latin before he learned to ride a broom, who read every dark creature in Bobby Singer's archive before he ever set foot in Hogwarts. This is the story of what happens when you take the chosen one out of Dumbledore's careful plan and put him in Dean Winchester's hands instead. Voldemort wanted a prophecy. He got a hunter. Boy of Salt and Sorrow.
Boy of Salt and Sorrow, Chapter 1. The Impala at Godric's Hollow, the call came in at 11:47 on a Tuesday night, which was how most of the worst nights of their lives had started. Not with thunder or ceremony, but with a phone ringing in a gas station parking lot somewhere in the dark middle of nowhere. Dean had one boot off, sitting on the hood of the Impala with a gas station burrito going cold in his hand when his cell lit up with Bobby's number. Sam was inside paying. The night was cold and smelled like diesel and something else. Something faintly chemical, the way the air sometimes smelled before a storm that had no business being a storm. He answered on the second ring. "Tell me you're not in the middle of something," Bobby said without greeting, which was never a good sign. Define middle of something. "I mean I need you moving in the next 10 minutes, and I need you to not ask me stupid questions until you're already moving." Dean dropped the burrito in a trash can, pulled his boot back on, and knocked twice on the passenger window to signal Sam. "Where?" "England." There was a pause. Dean looked at the phone like it had said something offensive. "Bobby, I know. You're telling me to get in a car and drive to England." "I'm telling you to get on a plane, Ijit. There's a flight out of O'Hare at 1:15. I booked you both under the Whitfield covers. You've got those IDs." Sam was out of the station by then, reading Dean's face. He stopped walking. His face did the thing it did when it already knew the news was bad and was preemptively bracing. "What's in England?" Dean asked. "Something that doesn't match anything in any lore I've got," Bobby said, "and I've got a lot of lore." He paused. "There's a distress signal, not one of ours, something older, something that got picked up by one of the automated alert systems the men of letters used to run. Place called Godric's Hollow. Small village, Somerset. The signature is sulfuric, but it's wrong. It's like sulfur run through a different engine. And there's a death toll. At least 2 confirmed, possibly more. And Dean." Another pause, shorter and heavier. "The EMF reading from this thing is off the charts. Whatever happened there tonight, it was big." Dean was already moving to the driver's side. Sam had heard enough through the phone. His brother's hearing was ridiculous when he chose to use it, and he was folding himself into the passenger seat with his laptop already open. "Send us everything you have," Dean said. "Already did." Bobby hung up. They drove to O'Hare in 3 hours and 40 minutes, which was about 40 minutes faster than anyone should have managed it. Sam spent the drive reading Bobby's file on his laptop screen, the glow of it lighting his face in the dark car while the highway emptied out around them, and the Impala ate up the miles with the quiet authority of a machine that had been doing this particular thing, carrying the Winchesters toward trouble for longer than either of them had been alive. "Talk to me," Dean said. Men of Letters monitoring station picked up the alert at 10:32 p.m. Eastern, which puts it around 3 a.m. in England, Sam said. "Sulfuric EMF spike, massive. Bobby's cross-referenced it against every demonic manifestation in the archive, and nothing matches the pattern exactly. Standard demon EMF peaks and drops. This spiked and then cut off like someone threw a switch. Bobby thinks it might be a rebound. Rebound how? A killing curse that bounced back on the caster." Sam looked up from the screen. Bobby says there's a men of letters classification for this. It's extremely rare, predates most of what we know, but it's in there. A disembodied dark spirit attempts a lethal ritual, and the ritual deflects. The deflection doesn't just stop the spirit, it shatters it. So whatever did this is already gone, or mostly gone. Sam's jaw tightened. Bobby thinks there are pieces of it left, distributed, anchored to objects. Dean was quiet for a moment. Outside, the highway blurred past. And the deaths, he said, too, a man and a woman, homeowners, we think. Sam looked back at the screen. Bobby found a property record, James and Lily Potter, Godric's Hollow, Somerset. A beat. There's a child on the record too, Harry, born July 31st, 1981. Dean said nothing. The Impala's engine hummed. So there's a kid, he said finally. Yeah, Sam said, there's a kid. They landed at Heathrow at 7 in the morning local time, drove a rented car that Dean hated with a particular and personal intensity, manual transmission, wrong side of the road. Too small by half, through English countryside that was still grey with early morning mist, and reached Godric's Hollow at 9:10. The village was quiet in the way that villages in shock go quiet. Curtains drawn on houses that should have been awake by now, no one on the main street, a single church with its bells gone silent mid-peal. The kind of quiet that had a shape to it, that you could press your hand against and feel the outline of something wrong. The Potter house was on the east side of the village, up a lane lined with elm trees that had lost all their leaves in what should have been the wrong season for it. The trees stood bare and scorched-looking on an October night that hadn't been cold enough to account for it, and the lane ended in the shell of a cottage that had been more than half destroyed from the inside out. They parked and got out and stood looking at it for a moment. The front wall was largely intact. The second floor was gone, not blown out, not burned, but simply absent, as if something had reached down and erased it. The remaining structure had a smell that was sulfur, and something else, something older and colder, like the air in a room where something impossible had occurred, and the air itself had not yet decided what to do with the memory of it. Dean had his EMF meter out before he reached the gate. It spiked immediately, wild and oscillating, not the clean read of active demonic presence, but something residual, the electromagnetic fingerprint of enormous energy recently spent. Sam crouched at the gate and pressed 2 fingers to the soil. Salt in the ground, he said. But naturally occurring, not laid. This wasn't a prepared ritual site, so it wasn't planned, or it was planned for somewhere else. Dean moved through the gate. Watch your step, structure's not stable. They moved through the ruined house carefully, reading the space the way hunters read spaces, not looking at the surface of things, but at what the surface implied. The sitting room had been the first point of impact. Something had hit the front door with enough force to vaporize it and left a scorch pattern on the floor that radiated outward in a perfect circle, which was not how fire worked. The staircase was intact, but the walls around it had been stripped of plaster, and under the plaster there were patterns, not wallpaper patterns, but energy patterns, residual tracings of something that had moved through the space at enormous speed and velocity and left its outline behind. Dean photographed everything. Sam sketched it. It was Sam who found James Potter first in the sitting room near the door. He'd clearly come downstairs, clearly put himself between something and the stairs. He was lying face down with his wand still in his hand, which told the whole story. He had drawn it and he had fired it, and it had not been enough. Not even close. Whatever had come through that door had gone through him without pausing. Dean covered him with the blanket they always carried in the duffel for exactly this purpose, and said nothing. Lily Potter was upstairs, in the room that had been the nursery. The ceiling was entirely gone, open sky above, pale October gray. A pigeon sitting on the exposed beam regarding them with an unblinking eye. Lily was near the crib on her knees, one hand still extended forward in a gesture of what? Pleading, refusing, protection. The curse mark on the floor where she had died was unlike anything Dean had ever seen. It was a double circle, one inside the other, and between the circles were sigils that Sam photographed. and then stood looking at with an expression Dean recognized as his brother's specific face for something that made his brain itch with the beginning of an idea he couldn't quite close around yet. And in the crib, sitting up in a pile of destroyed plaster and wood, and the debris of a ceiling that had come down around it, was a baby, approximately 15 months old. Round-faced, with a shock of black hair that stuck up in approximately 11 directions simultaneously. Wearing striped pajamas that were dirty with plaster dust, but otherwise intact. Looking at them with eyes that were an almost startling shade of green, wide and calm, and entirely too calm for a child who had apparently spent the night in a demolished house. On his forehead, slightly left of center above his right eyebrow, a scar fresh. Not a cut, the skin had not broken cleanly. The scar had formed already, which was wrong for a wound that must have been hours old at most, and its shape was unusual. Angular, deliberate-looking. Like a letter or a rune, or the mark left by something that had pressed its signature into the child's flesh and then been violently repelled. Dean stood at the edge of the crib and looked at the baby. The baby looked back at him. "Hey," Dean said. "Hey, buddy." The baby, Harry, blinked once, with great seriousness. Dean reached into his pocket and took out his rune compass, which was an old men-of-letters instrument Bobby had passed to him years ago. A circular brass thing the size of a pocket watch that spun differently near different types of energy. He held it over the crib. The compass did not spin. It locked. It pointed directly at the scar. "Sam," Dean said. Sam came and looked. He took the compass from Dean's hand and held it at different distances and angles. Each time the needle locked onto the scar. Not on the child, not on the room, on the scar. "It's a brand," Sam said quietly. "A soul mark, the energy that hit this kid, whatever cast it, the rebound didn't just deflect it. The deflection left a fragment of the original entity's signature embedded in the wound." He stood back. "This scar is an anchor point. Part of whatever killed his parents is still in here, in the kid, in the scar." They looked at each other. The baby had begun to chew thoughtfully on the rail of the crib. "He's not in pain," Dean said. He wasn't asking. It was clear from the child's demeanor, but he needed to say it out loud. "The soul mark documentation in the Men of Letters archive says the fragment is dormant as long as the entity it belongs to is non-corporeal," Sam said. "If the entity is shattered and scattered, the fragment is inert. The child is in no immediate danger." "Immediate," Dean repeated, noting the word. "Dean, I know." He reached into the crib and picked the baby up, because there was plaster in the crib, and the morning was cold, and the ceiling was open to the sky, and the child had been alone here long enough. The baby came up easily, with the boneless cooperative gravity of a small child being lifted by someone it's decided to trust, and settled against Dean's shoulder and grabbed a fistful of his jacket. "I know. Let's figure out the next 5 minutes." The next 5 minutes arrived in the form of a motorcycle that came roaring up the lane, and the very large man who came off it. Very large was, in retrospect, an understatement. The man was enormous, not just tall but wide, built on a scale that suggested his parents had been a person and a small hill respectively. He had a beard that occupied a significant portion of the visible world, and he was wearing a coat the size of a modest tent. He looked like someone had drawn a lumberjack from memory and then doubled the dimensions. He stopped when he saw them. His enormous face went through several expressions very fast: shock, grief, something desperate, and then a different kind of shock at the sight of the baby in Dean's arms. "Harry." He took 3 enormous strides toward them, and Dean stepped back and had his Colt up with his free hand in the same movement, which was the reflex of a decade and a half, smooth as breathing. "Stop," Dean said. Not loud, not aggressive, just flat and final. The giant stopped. From behind Dean, Sam came around with the salt line, moving fast and practiced, laying a semicircle of rock salt on the debris-strewn floor between them and the newcomer. He did it without being told. They had been doing this together for long enough that the choreography was automatic. The giant looked at the salt, then at Dean, then at the baby who was watching him from Dean's shoulder with what appeared to be mild interest. "Wah, who are ye?" the giant said. His voice was enormous and rumbling, and at the moment entirely confused. "We're the people who were here first." Dean said, "Who are you?" My name is Rubeus Hagrid. I'm gamekeeper at Hogwarts. I was sent by Professor Dumbledore to collect the—" He stopped. He'd noticed the blanket in the sitting room and what was under it, and the expression that crossed his face was a grief so enormous it looked geological, like watching a cliff face decide to fall. He made a sound that was not quite a word. "James," he said. Oh no, James. You knew them." Sam said, "Knew 'em." Hagrid's fist went to his mouth. He was shaking, all that enormous mass of him, shaking with something that had no outlet proportionate to its size. "I've known James Potter since he was 11 years old. Lily too, He collected himself, visibly, the way people collect themselves when the grief will have to wait because something else needs doing first. "The boy! I need to take the boy. Professor Dumbledore, Albus Dumbledore, he's arranged for Harry to go to his aunt and uncle, his mother's sister. It's all arranged. It's for his safety. Please." Dean looked at Sam. Sam was looking at Hagrid with an expression that was not unkind but was measuring. "Your professor arranged for this child to go to a specific address," Sam said. "Tonight, after a massive supernatural event occurred at this location, and he sent one person to do it, in the middle of the night with no verification and no formal documentation." Hagrid wrestled with this. "It's not exactly how you do it in the regular way, I'll grant that, but this isn't exactly the regular. You just tried to walk up to two strangers holding a child at a crime scene," Dean said. "At an address where two people just died violently. Your credentials for taking this child are a name and a coat." "I'm Hagrid." "I don't know Hagrid," Dean said. "I know what I know, which is that this kid has an unidentified supernatural signature embedded in his forehead and two dead parents, and someone ran him up a very specific address to go live with people who didn't come here themselves." He was still holding the Colt. He hadn't put it away. "In my experience, that's not the profile of a safe situation. That's the profile of someone managing an asset." The silence that followed had a complicated texture. Then, from the gate of the lane, a voice said, "He's quite right, of course, about the asset. I won't insult you by pretending otherwise." The man at the gate was old. Not just old, ancient in the particular way of things that have accumulated so much history that age becomes a different quality. Like a word repeated so many times it stops meaning what it meant and starts meaning something larger. He was tall, with a silver beard that fell to his waist, and he wore purple robes that should have looked absurd on a cold October morning in a demolished English garden, and somehow did not. He had half-moon spectacles and a long, crooked nose, and eyes behind the spectacles that were blue and very bright and completely, utterly awake. Both of Dean's weapons had been up the moment the man spoke. Sam had his blade out. The man at the gate stood with his hands visible and open and made no move to enter the salt line. "My name is Albus Dumbledore," he said. "I am aware that this means nothing to you. I am also aware that you handled my previous intermediaries with considerable efficiency, and I've decided to respect that by speaking to you directly." His gaze moved from them to the child at Dean's shoulder. Something in his face shifted when he saw the baby, relief, and something heavier than relief, something that looked like the specific grief of someone who loves a child and has been using that child as a chess piece and knows it. "Is he unharmed?" "He's fine," Sam said. "Good." Dumbledore's eyes came back to Sam, then Dean. "And you are the Winchesters. I know of your family, though we've never had occasion to meet. The men of letters and those of us on this side of the Atlantic have had a distant but respectful awareness of each other for some time." Dean kept his weapons up. "You say that like it's supposed to make me feel better." "It's meant to establish that I know who you are," Dumbledore said, "and that my intentions here are not hostile, quite the reverse." He paused. "May I come in?" "No," Dean said. Dumbledore accepted this without offense. "Very well. Then let me tell you what I came to tell you, and you may do with it what you judge best." He folded his hands in front of him. standing at the gate in the grey English morning like a man accustomed to standing at the center of difficult conversations and waiting for them to resolve. What happened here last night was the end of something that has been building for more than a decade. A very powerful and very dangerous man, not a demon, not anything in your catalog, something different but not entirely unlike what you know, came here to kill this child. Because of a prophecy, and because of fear, and because powerful and dangerous men who are afraid of what they cannot control have always done exactly this. He paused. The child's mother died defending him. What she did in the dying of it was the most powerful protective magic I have encountered in 60 years of study. It should have been impossible. It was not. And the curse that was meant to kill Harry instead destroyed, partially, the man who cast it. "Tom Riddle," Sam said. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "You've done considerable research in a short time." "Bobby has a comprehensive archive," Sam said. "Dark wizard. British, approximately 50 years old at time of apparent death, known for use of a killing curse and for building a network of followers around a doctrine of racial supremacy within the magical community." He paused. "We flagged him about 3 years ago as a potential Category 5 entity. Disembodied high-intellect spirit with a demonstrated ability to possess hosts and resist conventional exorcism. He's in the file." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "I confess," he said. "I had not imagined being described that way. Category 5. Is it inaccurate?" "No," Dumbledore said. "No, I suppose it isn't." He was quiet again, looking at Harry, who had fallen asleep against Dean's shoulder with his fist still wrapped in the jacket collar. "What I came here to say is this. Tom Riddle is not dead. He was scattered and diminished last night, but not destroyed. He will return, and when he does, Harry, this child, is the only person who can end it permanently." He met Dean's eyes. "There is a prophecy." "I don't work from prophecies," Dean said. "No," Dumbledore agreed. "But prophecies work regardless of whether you believe in them." He took a breath. "I had planned to send Harry to his mother's sister. The protection Lily's sacrifice generated is keyed to her bloodline, and living in proximity to that bloodline would renew it annually. It's a significant magical protection. It's a significant magical protection that requires the child to live with people who didn't come here tonight," Sam said. "People we haven't vetted. The Dursleys are." Dumbledore paused. He seemed to be selecting his words very carefully, which was not the same as selecting true words. "They are not ideal, but the protection would be provided," Sam said, "by Lily Potter's sacrifice, which is already embedded in this child." He held up the rune compass. "Whatever she did for him is not location-dependent. It's in him. The protection is in him." Another pause, longer this time. "I am not certain of that," Dumbledore said carefully. "I am," Sam said. "I've been reading the residual energy in this room for the last hour. The sigil pattern on the floor where she died. It's a soul binding of a kind the men of letters classified as rare and almost entirely theoretical. It works by transferring a sacrificial protection directly into the survivor. The blood-relative proximity theory is secondary, Professor. You're going to tell me that placing him with the Dursleys is for the magical protection. But the truth is you want him placed somewhere that keeps him manageable." The silence that followed this was very long. Dumbledore looked at Sam. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes were extremely present. "You are," he said finally, "a perceptive young man." "I know," Sam said. "Don't take it as a compliment." Dean was already moving toward the Impala. "We're taking the kid, Mr. Winchester. You said it yourself." Dean turned back, one hand on the Impala's door, the baby asleep against his shoulder. "He's the only one who can end this, which means he's going to need to be able to handle himself when the time comes." He looked at Dumbledore steadily. "Your plan was a cupboard under some stairs and a private school. Our plan involves actually teaching him what's out there." He pulled the door open. "We'll be in touch, Mr. Winchester," Dumbledore said, and his voice had changed, not louder but more weighted. "Tom Riddle will rebuild. He will come for the boy again. When that time comes, I want very much for Harry to be prepared." "So do I," Dean said. "That's why he's coming with us." He put the baby in the back seat, in the nest of Dean's old flannel jacket that had been sitting on the seat since Ohio. Harry stirred, opened his eyes once, green eyes startling even in sleep, looked up at the Impala's ceiling with an expression of mild assessment, and went back to sleep. Sam got in. Dean got in. The Impala's engine turned over with the low, rolling authority that was the most comforting sound Dean Winchester knew. In the rearview mirror, Dumbledore stood at the gate of the ruined house in the grey English morning, watching them go, and did not try to stop them. He just watched, hands folded, and the last thing Dean saw before the lane curved and took the house from view was the old man's expression. Not angry, not panicked, something more complicated than both. Like a man watching a plan change and beginning, already, to calculate how to work with the change. Dean watched the road open up ahead of them. In the back seat, Harry Potter slept in the back of a 1967 Chevy Impala. One small fist still wrapped in the collar of Dean's jacket, with no idea, none whatsoever, that this was the car he would grow up in, or that the two men in the front seats were the most dangerous thing that had ever decided to love him. The Impala drove on. Behind them, Godric's Hollow grew small in the distance, and the English morning came up grey and cold and indifferent, and somewhere in the scattered, dismantled remnants of what had once been Tom Riddle, the smallest possible fragment of something ancient and furious bided its time. The night was over. Something else was beginning. Bobby Singer's log, November 2, 1981. Retrieved from Sioux Falls Archive, Men of Letters Annex. Notation. Case file HP 001 opened. Subject, infant male, approximately 15 months, name Harry James Potter. Parents deceased, Godric's Hollow, Somerset, England. Supernatural signature. Soul mark, dormant, Category 4 residual tethered dark entity fragment, origin classified as non-demonic, working classification, high intellect disembodied spirit, partial dispersal confirmed. Associated entity. Thomas Marvolo Riddle, aka Lord Voldemort. Dispersal status unconfirmed, assume non-permanent. Custodial status, subject remanded to care of Dean and Sam Winchester, field agents pending further assessment. Note, boys drove him back across the Atlantic in a rental car. I did not ask. File remains open. Chapter 2. The curriculum of survival. The first thing Harry Winchester ever learned was how to fall, not stumble, not trip. Fall correctly, intentionally, with control over where the body went and how it landed and what it did the moment it stopped moving. Dean taught him in the parking lot of a Motel 6 outside of Amarillo, Texas, when Harry was 4 years old. He'd set him on the hood of the Impala, stood in front of him, and said, "Okay, fall forward." Harry had looked at him with the specific skepticism of a 4-year-old who has already learned, through experience, that Dean Winchester's instructions frequently resulted in minor injury. "I'll catch you," Dean said. "Maybe fall forward." Harry fell forward. Dean caught him, but not immediately. He let him drop far enough to feel the speed of it, the lurch of the stomach, the way the ground came up fast and then didn't, because Dean's hands caught him under the arms and set him on his feet. "Again," Dean said. By the end of the afternoon, Harry was falling from the hood of the Impala at full height, tucking his shoulder, rolling on impact, and coming up standing. He had a bruise on his left hip and a scrape on his palm, and he was grinning the way small children grin when they have been permitted to do something that felt dangerous and turned out to be survivable. Dean had looked at him and thought, "Okay, this one's going to be all right." That was how it started. Everything else was built on top of it. By the time Harry was 5, he could pick a standard padlock in under 3 minutes and a deadbolt in 6. He could identify sulfur residue by smell, EMF spikes by the static charge in the air, and the behavioral profile of a possessed human by 6 distinct tells that Dean had catalogued on a laminated card in the duffel. The too-even voice, the head tilt, the way the eyes tracked slightly slower than normal when startled, the specific smell, the cold in the room that no amount of HVAC accounted for. He had the card memorized. He did not need it. By 6, he was reading Latin with Sam. Not translating, reading, which is a different thing. Sam had made the distinction early and enforced it rigorously, because Sam believed in the difference between understanding what words meant and understanding what words did. And Latin in a hunter's context was not a language for comprehension. It was a language for action. The exorcism rite had to come out of the mouth clean and fast and without hesitation, because the thing you were exorcising was listening for the hesitation and would use it. Harry practiced the rite on cassette tapes, recording himself, playing it back, recording again. He practiced while Dean drove. He practiced in parking lots and rest stops and once in a McDonald's bathroom because the acoustics were good. By the time he was 7, the rite was as automatic as his name. Sam taught him everything else. Sam's teaching method was nothing like Dean's. Where Dean taught by doing, show it, then make the kid do it, then make the kid do it again faster. Sam taught by context. You didn't just learn how to burn a body. You learned why you burned a body, which required understanding what an earthbound spirit was, and how it tethered to remains, and what the burning actually accomplished at a metaphysical level. You didn't just learn the sigil, you learned the tradition behind it, the original cultural context, the variations across different occult systems, and why certain versions worked in certain situations. Harry absorbed all of it. He was, from very early, the kind of learner who needed to know the reason for things before the things would stick, which drove Dean up the wall on a regular basis, because Dean was deeply, philosophically committed to the idea that you did not need to understand why the salt worked. You only needed to know that it worked, and Harry's questions about the ontological basis of demonic vulnerability to sodium chloride were the kind of questions Dean did not have the patience for before 8 in the morning. Sam always had the patience. Sam's patience with Harry's questions was, to Dean's eye, a kind of love made visible. The two of them sat in the back of the Impala on long drives with Sam's laptop between them and a dozen browser tabs open, Harry asking questions that started reasonable and then spiraled into philosophy. Sam following every spiral, both of them talking in the low-voiced, focused way of two people who had found each other's frequency and were enjoying it. But if a demon is a corrupted human soul, Harry said, age 8, somewhere between Memphis and Nashville with the flat brown landscape scrolling past and Dean pretending not to listen from the front seat. And a ghost is also a human soul that didn't move on. What's the actual difference? Like metaphysically. What makes one a demon and one a ghost? Intent, Sam said. And process. A ghost is a soul that stayed because of an incomplete emotional transaction with the world, grief, unfinished business, attachment. A demon is a soul that went somewhere and came back changed by what happened to it there. The corruption isn't just psychological, it's structural. It's like, he paused, it's like the difference between a bruise and a scar. A bruise is a wound that hasn't finished healing. A scar is tissue that healed wrong. Harry thought about this for a moment. So exorcising a demon, sending it back, you're sending it back to the thing that scarred it in the first place. Yeah, that's not a solution. That's just kicking it back to where the damage happened. Yeah, Sam said, and his voice was quiet. So what's the actual solution? Sam was quiet for a long moment. I don't know if there is one, he said finally. Harry looked out the window. After a while he said, Bobby might know. Bobby might know, Sam agreed. Dean from the front seat said nothing. But his hands tightened on the wheel slightly, which was the tell he had for feelings he wasn't planning to acknowledge. Bobby Singer was the fixed point. Everything else in Harry's childhood was motion. New town, new motel, new school for 3 weeks, and then gone again. New name on the fake enrollment papers, Sam filled out with the particular fluency of someone who had been doing it since he was 12. Harry had been enrolled in public school under 4 different surnames in 7 different states by the time he was 9. And he had learned, early and thoroughly, that school was a temporary installation. A thing you inhabited briefly and extracted what was useful from, and then vacated without sentiment. He was good at the extraction. He was a fast reader with an excellent memory, and the specific educational profile of a child raised in a car with two adults who read constantly. Strong in history, strong in science, strong in anything involving pattern recognition, significantly behind in anything requiring sustained participation in a peer group, which school largely required, and which Harry found bewildering in the same way he found most sustained social rituals bewildering, as things that had a clear surface function and a completely unclear underlying purpose. He got through school the way he got through everything, efficiently, with minimal footprint, leaving before anyone got a good look at him. But Bobby's house was permanent. Bobby's house was the one address in Harry's life that stayed put, the one kitchen where the coffee was always in the same cabinet, and the back porch had the same loose board on the third step that Dean never fixed and always meant to. Bobby's house was the salvage yard, cars in various states of deconstruction arranged in a geography Harry knew the way other children knew their backyards. Every car a landmark, every row between them a named path. The gap between the '68 Dodge Charger and the rusted-out school bus, the shortcut to the library. Bobby's library. Harry understood in later years that Bobby's library was the real education. Not school, not the backseat curriculum with Sam, not even the physical training with Dean. The library was where all of it came from, the source text from which every other lesson was derived. It occupied the entire right wing of Bobby's house. 2 rooms knocked into one, floor-to-ceiling shelves that had long since exceeded capacity, and now had books stacked horizontally on top of the vertical rows and piled in columns on the floor, and arranged in a system that was entirely apparent to Bobby and essentially illegible to anyone else. Harry spent hours in that library. Days when they stayed at Bobby's long enough. He read methodically the way Sam had taught him, not skimming, not sampling, but reading for comprehension, for the structure of things, for the framework behind the specific detail. He read men of letters field manuals from the 1940s and 1950s, dry and dense, and written in the voice of men who were very serious about the importance of being thorough, and found them fascinating. He read older texts that Bobby had acquired over decades from sources he never fully explained, occult taxonomies, demonological indices. A handwritten journal from a French hunter in the 1880s that Sam had translated for him. A collection of Celtic binding rituals that Bobby had acquired from a woman in Edinburgh who believed she was selling antiques. He read the file on Tom Riddle when he was 10. Bobby had left it on the library table, which Harry understood later had not been an accident. It was case file HP 001, the one Bobby had opened the night of Godric's Hollow, and it was much thicker now than it had been in November of 1981. 9 years of accumulated intelligence, cross-references, informant reports, and Bobby's own handwritten annotations in his cramped, emphatic script. Harry sat down with it and read the whole thing in one sitting. Tom Riddle, born 1926, London, England, son of a witch and a muggle, a word that appeared frequently in the file, and that Bobby had annotated as meaning non-magical human in the specific parlance of the British wizarding community, which was, per Bobby's note, a closed social system of magical practitioners who had been operating in deliberate isolation from general human society for approximately 300 years, which was both impressive and, per Bobby's further note, deeply weird, even by our standards. Orphan. Raised in a London orphanage. Demonstrated extraordinary and uncontrolled magical ability from early childhood. Attended Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry from age 11. Graduated, disappeared, reappeared years later as Lord Voldemort, and Bobby had put quotation marks around the name and written next to it self-assigned, theatrical, ignore, at the head of a movement whose ideology was approximately identical to every other fascist movement in human history, with the specific variation that the racial category being targeted was non-magical humans and impure magical bloodlines, which was, per Bobby's annotation, the exact argument every bigot in history has ever made, just with wands. He had killed a lot of people. The file had names. Harry, read them all. He had built something, a network, a hierarchy, a structure of followers bound to him by a ritual mark, a movement that had operated in secret and then not in secret, and then in outright open conflict with the British magical world for approximately 15 years before the night in Godric's Hollow. And then, the rebound, Harry's parents, Harry's scar, the partial dispersal of the entity that had been Tom Riddle, scattered into fragments, leaving behind a presence that was apparently still present. Bobby's contacts in the British magical community had been sending intelligence reports for years suggesting that the Riddle entity had not been destroyed, but was somewhere in the country, moving between hosts, waiting. At the bottom of the file, Bobby had written, "Harry needs to know this eventually. Wait until he's ready. Note, he'll probably just find the file himself. That kid reads everything." Harry put the file down. He sat in Bobby's library for a long time, not reading anything else, just sitting with the shape of what he now knew, not the facts individually. He'd known most of those in pieces already. The way you know pieces of a story that no one has told you in full yet. But the shape of it as a complete thing. The scope. The scale. He was in a file. He had always been in a file. He was the reason for the file. He went to find Dean. Dean was under a car in the salvage yard, doing something to an engine that did not need his commentary, which he was providing anyway in a low, continuous monologue to the car. Harry lay down on the creeper beside him. They looked up at the underside of an engine together for a while. "You left the file on the table," Harry said. Dean was quiet for a moment. "Bobby left the file on the table. Bobby did it so you'd have cover." A longer pause. "Yeah," Dean said. Harry looked at the engine. "The soul fragments," he said. "The Horcruxes." "That's what Bobby's calling them, the anchors, the things that keep the Riddle entity from being permanently destroyed." "Sam's been cross-referencing the lore for 2 years," Dean said. "We know what we're dealing with." "How many?" "We think 7. Dean's voice was level. "We've identified 4 with confidence. The rest are still." "How many have you destroyed?" A pause. "1, the diary, last year." Harry let out a slow breath. "I need you to tell me things," he said. "Not when you decide I'm ready. I need you to tell me things when I need to know them." Another silence, this one longer. Under the car, Dean's hands stilled. "Yeah," he said. "Okay. And I need to start hunting," Harry said. "Real hunts, not just training. You're 10. You went on your first real hunt at 10. "That's not," Dean stopped. "That's not a thing I'm proud of." "But you went." A very long pause. "You start with research," Dean said. "You run point with Sam on the lore work. You don't go in the field until I say. When will you say?" "When you can beat Sam in hand-to-hand 3 times in a row." Harry sat up from the creeper. "Sam's 6'4". "Yeah," Dean said. "You'd better figure it out." Harry figured it out. It took 11 months. He fought Sam every morning behind Bobby's house, on the ground between the porch and the first row of salvage cars, while Bobby drank coffee on the loose-boarded porch and watched with the expression of a man performing critical analysis. Sam was gentle with him at first, which Harry found insulting and said so, which made Sam less gentle, which was what Harry had wanted. He lost every fight for the first 4 months. Lost badly, conclusively, with sufficient force that he went inside to wash off blood on a regular basis. He did not complain about this. Complaining would not have produced useful information. He won the first fight in month 5 on a technicality. Sam had pulled a muscle in his shoulder on a job the week prior, and Harry had found it and worked it. Sam had said this didn't count. Harry had said that in the field, the monster was not going to care about Sam's shoulder, which ended the discussion. He won the second fight in month 7 on skill, which was the first time it had happened that way. Sam sat on the ground in the dirt and looked up at him with an expression that was surprise and pride in roughly equal measure. And Harry had offered him a hand up, and they had both been breathing hard and not talking about it. He won the third in month 11, cleanly, in under 2 minutes, and when it was over, Dean was sitting on the porch with Bobby, and he put down his coffee cup and said, "All right, you're in the field," Bobby said. "Lord help us all." Harry was 11 years old. The first time his magic did something useful in the field. He was 11, and they were clearing a haunted textile mill in North Carolina that was running a fairly standard earthbound spirit situation. A former foreman who had died in a machinery accident in 1943 and had been making the new owners' lives increasingly difficult for about 3 months. The bones were in a section of the sealed basement. Dean had the lighter. Sam had the salt. Harry had the task of keeping anything from coming in the door while they burned it. The spirit came through the wall instead of the door, because spirits did not share Harry's respect for task parameters. It materialized between Harry and the brothers, which put it 6 feet away and fully manifested, which was close enough that Harry could feel the cold of it on his face and see the specific wrongness of its eyes, the too flat, too fixed stare of something that was not processing the world through living senses. He had his iron blade out and his salt rounds in the shotgun, and both of those things were useful for disrupting a manifested spirit. But disruption took time, and what he did not have was time because the spirit was moving toward Dean. What happened next was not intentional. Something in Harry's chest went tight and hot in the specific way it went tight and hot when he was frightened for the brothers, not for himself, which he managed with the even detachment Dean had trained into him, but for them, which bypassed all the training and went straight to something older. And the sensation moved down his arm and out through his right hand, and the spirit stopped, not staggered. Stopped completely. It hung in the air of the textile mill in the cold dark, held in place by something invisible. Every part of its manifested form held immobile, and Harry stood with his right hand extended and felt it. The pressure of the thing under his palm like pressing down on a current that wanted to move upward. And for a moment, nothing in the room moved at all. Dean burned the bones. The spirit came apart with the specific keening dissolution of a bound spirit released, and the cold in the room resolved, and the 3 of them stood in the dark textile mill in the immediate aftermath of it being over. Dean looked at Harry, at his extended hand. At the space where the spirit had been. "Did you just?" he started. "I don't know what I did," Harry said. His hand was shaking slightly. He put it down. Sam already had his phone out. "I've been reading about this," he said. "Bobby, too." The residual magical energy in Harry's scar isn't static. It's been building. The men of letters had a classification for non-wand-based magical manifestation. They called it raw force channeling. Emotionally triggered, uncontrolled. "Sam," Dean said. "Right, okay, but the point is it's not random," Sam said. "The point is Harry's been doing it since he was 3 and we've been calling it accidental, and it's not accidental. It's a skill." "It's a skill I can't control," Harry said. "Yet," Sam said. "Yet." The tattoos happened when Harry was 9, before the field work. When Bobby decided they were not waiting any longer on the protective sigils, because Harry was accompanying them to job sites for the research phase. And Bobby was not sending a child into the orbit of the supernatural without every layer of protection the men of letters had ever devised. Bobby did the inking himself, with a steadiness of hand that spoke to years of practice and a thoroughness of preparation that spoke to Bobby Singer specifically. He had read everything on the protective sigil work, had cross-referenced 3 different traditions, had made notes and then made notes about the notes. The anti-possession sigil went over Harry's ribs, left side, the same placement as Dean's. A secondary binding rune went on the inside of his right wrist, taken from a Men of Letters document on protective inscription from 1952. 2 further sigils, specific to soul mark interference, designed to suppress the resonance between Harry's scar and whatever remained of the riddle entity, went on the back of his left shoulder, and these were Bobby's own design, derived from the soul mark documentation he'd been building since 1981. Harry had sat through all of it without complaint, which was notable because it hurt, and Bobby had looked at him when it was done with an expression that was gruff and entirely masked, and therefore easy for Harry to read. "Stop making that face," Harry said. "I'm not making a face," Bobby said. "You're making the face where you're going to say something sentimental and you're hoping I'll save you from it." Bobby picked up his coffee. I don't make sentimental faces. You're doing it right now. Boy, Bobby said. I have half a mind to, he stopped, looked at Harry, set down the coffee. You're a good kid, he said, in the specific way of a man treating these words as a hostile intelligence that had forced him into the open under duress. That's all I'm saying. Harry looked at the new sigil on his wrist. Looked at Bobby. Thanks, Bobby, he said. Don't thank me, Bobby said. Go read something. The Hogwarts letters began arriving in the July before Harry's 11th birthday. The first one came to a motel in Kansas, addressed to Harry Winchester, room 7, Bide-a-While Motel, Salina, Kansas, and the address was written in ink that shimmered very slightly green when held at certain angles. And the parchment it was written on was heavy and cream-colored and smelled faintly of something that made the EMF meter in Dean's jacket pocket tick over once. Dean read it, handed it to Sam, and they both read it again. Harry was doing pull-ups in the bathroom doorway because the motel had no gym and Dean believed in resourcefulness. There's a school, Sam said. A magical school they want Harry to attend. Cool, Harry said without dropping. It's called Hogwarts. Yeah, I know, it's in the riddle file. Dumbledore runs it. Another pause. They want you to come, Sam said. In September? This September. Harry did 2 more pull-ups, then dropped and came out of the bathroom and read the letter over Sam's shoulder. It was formal and detailed and listed, with impressive specificity. All the equipment he would need to purchase in preparation for the school year, including a wand, several sets of robes, a cauldron, an owl, and books with titles that told him something about what the curriculum was going to look like. No, Dean said. Harry looked at the list of books. Magical Theory, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi. He filed the titles. Okay, he said. Okay, Sam said. Dean said no. Okay. He handed the letter back. Is there food? I'm starving. Dean looked at him for a moment with an expression that was suspicious of how easy that had been. There were 17 more letters over the following 3 weeks, each more insistent than the last, each addressed with escalating specificity. The final one, which arrived at Bobby's house, was addressed to Harry Winchester, 2nd Library Room, Singer Salvage Yard, Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Probably reading something Bobby doesn't know he's found yet. Dean burned each one with a lighter over the kitchen sink and washed the ash down the drain. The 18th arrived on a Tuesday, addressed in the same shimmering ink, delivered not by the regular post, but by an owl that had apparently found its way through Bobby's extensive warding system, which was not nothing. Bobby's wards were extremely serious. And that sat on the library table and looked at Harry with the particular authority of an animal accustomed to completing its job regardless of inconvenience. Harry read this one more carefully. It was different from the others. The form letter had been replaced with something more personal, in the same hand but different in tone, less administrative, more direct. It came not from an admissions office but from Albus Dumbledore, headmaster. Harry remembered, vaguely, a cold October morning in England, being small and looking up at a very old man at a gate. I have been watching your development with considerable interest, the letter said, through channels that I imagine would surprise and possibly irritate your guardians if I were to enumerate them. What you have become is not what I had planned for you, which I suspect you know. But I have come to believe, over the past decade, that what I had planned was considerably less than what you have become. You have been taught to fight, to think, and to survive. Hogwarts can teach you to understand the weapon you already are. I am not asking you to come because of a prophecy. I am asking you to come because there is a boy named Tom Riddle who will return, and when he does, the only person in the world who has a chance of ending him for good is the one who carries his signature in his forehead. That person needs to understand all of what he is, not just half of it. The door is open, the letter concluded. It has always been open. The choice is yours. Harry read it twice, sat with it. Then he went to find Dean, and Sam and Bobby, and they sat around Bobby's kitchen table, the 4 of them, the way they had sat around that table for problems of weight before, and Harry put the letter in the middle of the table and they all read it. A long silence. "It's not a trap," Sam said. "You don't know that," Dean said. "I know Dumbledore's been accurate in every piece of intelligence he's passed us through back channels for 9 years," Sam said. "I know the information on the Riddle entity that he's forwarded has been consistently correct. I know," he paused. "I know Harry's magic is growing and we don't have the framework to help him develop it, and they might." Another silence. Dean's jaw worked. "Reconnaissance," Harry said. They looked at him. "I go to Hogwarts for reconnaissance," Harry said. "I learn what I can learn. I come home for the summer. I stay in contact. If it goes wrong, I leave." He looked at Dean. "It's a job. I treat it like a job." Dean looked at him for a very long time. Then he looked at Bobby. Bobby picked up his coffee. "Don't look at me," Bobby said. "He's right and you know he's right." Dean stood up, walked to the window, stood looking out at the salvage yard for a moment, hands in his pockets. "You check in every night," he said. "Phone, not owl. I don't care how inconvenient they say it is. You don't tell anyone your real history unless you've cleared it with us first. You wear the ink. You keep the salt." He turned. "And the first sign of anything wrong, I leave," Harry said. "I know. I mean it." "I know you mean it." Dean looked at him. His face was doing the thing it did when it was feeling things he was not going to name, which was a thing it had been doing since the morning Harry had found him under a car in the salvage yard, and they had had the conversation about the file, which was the conversation that had been the beginning of Dean treating Harry not as a child to be protected from the shape of things, but as a person who had the right to know what shape things were. "You're a good kid," Dean said. Same words as Bobby's, same undertone. "Bobby already used that one," Harry said. "Bobby can shut up," Dean said. Bobby said from behind his coffee. "I'm right here." "I know," Dean said. Harry reached across the table and picked up the letter and folded it in quarters and put it in his jacket pocket. In the Impala's back seat, 3 hours later, heading toward a plane that would take him back to England, Harry sat where he had always sat, in the space that had been his since before he could remember, with Dean's flannel jacket folded under his hip as a cushion the way it had always been, and Sam's long legs taking up too much of the front seat the way they always did. And he watched the American dark roll past the windows at 70 miles an hour and thought about everything he was and how he had come to be it. He thought about falling and rock salt and Latin at 6 in the morning. He thought about Bobby's library and the smell of old paper. He thought about his hands shaking after he'd stopped the spirit in the textile mill, and Sam's voice saying "yet like it" was the most important word in a sentence. He thought about Voldemort. He had been reading about Tom Riddle since he was 10 years old. He had been thinking about this moment, the moment when preparation became action, when the job moved from research phase to field phase for 2 years. He was not afraid of it. He was not afraid of it. He pressed his left wrist against the seat, feeling the raised line of the rune through his sleeve, and looked out at the dark and said nothing, and let the Impala carry him forward into whatever came next. Whatever came next, he was ready for it. He had been raised for it. Bobby Singer's log, September 1, 1992. HP 001 Addendum. Harry James Winchester, formerly Potter, age 11, departed Sioux Falls this morning for England, traveling under standard cover documentation. Contact protocol established, nightly check-ins, emergency extraction coded under. The weather's bad. Offensive sigils sealed under clothing, rune focus object, carved from a piece of iron Bobby had been working on for 3 months. Not that he was going to say that, carried in the left jacket pocket. Kid read the whole file before he was 11. Kid beat Sam in a fight before he was 12. Kid spent 2 years asking questions about the metaphysics of damnation that I'm still thinking about. Lord help whoever is on the receiving end of this one. File remains open. Chapter 3. Collision at Platform 9. The train station smelled like coal smoke and pigeons and the specific human density of a September morning, which was to say it smelled like several thousand people all trying to be somewhere else at the same time. And Harry moved through it the way Dean had taught him to move through crowded spaces, with the current, not against it, eyes forward and peripheral vision wide, no sudden stops. No eye contact that lasted long enough to become a conversation. King's Cross was large and old, and loud in the way of Victorian infrastructure that had been retrofitted for modern volume without being redesigned for it. And Harry had his trunk on a trolley, and his jacket collar up and his rune compass in his left pocket next to the iron focus Stone Bobby had carved. And he was reading the departure boards with the patient thoroughness of someone who had learned early that the information you needed was usually visible if you looked at the right thing. He was looking for platform 9 3/4. He had read about it in the file. One of Bobby's contacts in the British magical community, a woman named Arabella Figg, who had been keeping a peripheral eye on the Dursleys' neighborhood for Dumbledore, and had at some point made contact with Bobby's intelligence network through channels Harry didn't have the full picture of yet, had provided a briefing document on British magical infrastructure that included the concealed platform at King's Cross, a barrier between pillars 9 and 10. You walked through it at sufficient confidence. The file had been admirably specific. Harry found the pillars, stood in front of the barrier, watched. He watched for 4 minutes, which was long enough to identify the pattern. Families with trolleys, children in robes under coats, owls in cages, one cat of extraordinary self-possession, all of them moving toward the barrier with the casual ease of people who had done this before. A red-haired woman with an enormous number of children came through at a near jog, counting heads, and walked directly into the barrier without breaking stride. And the barrier took them, and they were simply not there anymore. Harry checked his watch, checked the EMF meter in his jacket, a small handheld model Bobby had modified for him, slim enough to look like a phone, and got a reading of moderate magical energy, directional, centered on the barrier. Active portal magic. Stable, not hostile. He walked through. The sound changed before the light did, the roar of King's Cross replaced by something else. A different quality of noise, steam and crowd, and the long brass voice of a train engine. And then the light resolved, and he was standing on a platform that should not have existed in the footprint of the station above but clearly did. And the Hogwarts Express was on the track beside it, scarlet and enormous and breathing steam in the September morning. And the platform was full of people in various states of farewell. Harry stood for a moment and read the space the way he always read new spaces. Exits. 1, the barrier behind him, plus the train itself. Crowd density. High, manageable, no hostile behavioral profiles in immediate view. Magical signatures. Multiple, moderate, ambient. This was a population of people for whom magic was background radiation, the persistent hum of an environment saturated with it. His EMF meter was ticking steadily through his pocket. The scar on his forehead was doing nothing, which was the most important thing to check first, and the thing he checked every time he entered a new environment. He found a compartment in the middle of the train, stowed his trunk, sat with his back to the wall and his sightline to the door, and was reading Bobby's annotated index of British magical creature taxonomy. He had brought 6 books from the library, none of them from the Hogwarts supply list, when the compartment door opened and 2 people looked at him. One was a tall, red-haired boy about his own age who had the open, readable face of someone who had grown up in a large family and had therefore never developed a reason to conceal what he was thinking. He was looking at Harry with friendly curiosity and mild uncertainty about whether this compartment was already claimed. The other was a girl with a great deal of brown hair and the specific posture of someone who had already read everything on the curriculum and was somewhat impatient to begin demonstrating this. "Is this compartment taken?" the red-haired boy said. "No," Harry said. They sat. The train began to move. A silence settled, the kind that happens between people who are not yet sure what they are to each other. Harry went back to his book. The red-haired boy was looking at him with the poorly suppressed curiosity of someone who wanted to ask something and was calculating the social risk of asking it. The girl was looking at Harry's book, which she appeared to recognize, and was recalibrating something in her assessment of him. "Is that a men of letters taxonomy?" she said. Harry looked up. She was looking at the cover of his book, which was not from the Hogwarts supply list and which had the Men of Letters seal embossed in the lower corner. A small detail that an 11-year-old with no connection to that organization should not have been able to identify. "Where did you see that seal before?" Harry said. "My parents are researchers," she said. "Muggle academics. They have contacts in several unusual circles. I've seen that seal in my father's correspondence." She paused. "My name is Hermione Granger. Harry Winchester." A pause. "Winchester?" She said. "Yeah." Another pause, and this one had a quality of recalibration to it. She knew that name, or knew enough of it to know she was looking at something that didn't fit her existing category for 11-year-old wizarding students. "Ron Weasley," the red-haired boy said, apparently deciding that the introduction had been running long enough. "Brilliant! Are either of you going to eat anything?" "My mum packed sandwiches and I've already had most of them." The Sorting Hat was a problem Harry had anticipated. He understood the concept, a magical object with some form of consciousness that assessed the personality of incoming students and placed them in one of 4 houses based on characteristic traits. The file had the houses: Gryffindor, bravery and nerve; Ravenclaw, intellect and curiosity; Hufflepuff, loyalty and patience; Slytherin, ambition and cunning. It had been one of the many things Harry had read about and formed no particular opinion of, because the house system was internal wizarding school politics and had no tactical relevance to the actual job. What he had not anticipated was the way the hat went quiet when it settled on his head. Most students, from what he'd observed, got a quick assessment, 15 seconds, maybe 30. The hat spoke the house name with the enthusiasm of something that found categorization satisfying. But when it settled on Harry's head and his world went dark, there was a pause. A long one. The kind of pause that meant thinking. "Interesting," said a voice in his head that was not his own, thin, ancient, papery, like the voice of a very old library. "I have placed 11,431 students in my 417 years of service. You are the first one who entered this hall already running a threat assessment." Harry said nothing, which he suspected was not required. "You have considerable courage," the hat said. "Not the reflexive kind, the constructed kind, which is both rarer and more useful. You have intelligence that has been extremely well fed and a curiosity that is structural rather than casual. You need to know things. It's not optional for you. You have loyalty that runs extremely deep and extremely narrow. And you have cunning. Not the political cunning that my Slytherins tend to value, the tactical kind. The kind that looks at a room and calculates exits." A pause. "Where would you like to go?" Harry considered this. It was not the question he had expected. Does it matter? He thought back, uncertain whether the hat could receive as well as transmit. It could. "To you specifically, probably not," it said. "To your classmates, who will read your house assignment as a statement about your character and form their initial impressions of you accordingly, yes. Though I suspect you will not find their initial impressions difficult to manage. Put me where I'll be most useful," Harry thought. "Gryffindor, then," the hat said. "Gryffindors go toward things. You have spent your whole life going toward things. It's the right address." A pause, and then, quieter, with something that might have been the hat's equivalent of unease. "There is something in your scar. I imagine you know. Yeah, it is not yours. It does not belong to you. Whatever it thinks it is doing in there, it is wrong." Another pause. "Good luck, Harry Winchester. You are going to need it, and you are, I think, rather more equipped for it than anyone here is expecting." "Gryffindor," it announced. Harry took the hat off, put it back on the stool, and walked to the Gryffindor table with the even stride of someone who did not perform reactions for an audience. He sat. Ron landed at Gryffindor 15 minutes later and dropped into the seat beside him with a grin. Hermione, after a slightly longer hat consultation than average, came to Gryffindor as well and sat on Harry's other side and opened a book, and Harry thought, "Okay, these two. I can work with this." The castle was, tactically speaking, a nightmare. Harry had known this before he arrived. The file had floor plans, or partial floor plans, because the castle's interior apparently shifted on a semi-regular basis, which was the kind of architectural feature that made evacuation planning essentially impossible, and which Dean would have had extremely strong opinions about. What the file had not conveyed was the scale of the thing, the specific weight of it, the way it sat on its Scottish hillside with the settled authority of something that had been in one place for 1,000 years and had developed opinions about it. It was also, Harry had to admit, genuinely impressive in ways that had nothing to do with tactical assessment. The enchanted ceiling of the great hall on the first night, which showed the sky above, cloudy, star-occluded, deeply Scottish, was impressive. The staircases moving with a deliberate organic quality, as though the building had moods, were impressive. The portraits, who talked and had opinions, and had apparently been having the same arguments with each other for centuries, were impressive in a more unsettling way that made his EMF meter tick quietly in his pocket and made him want to cross-reference them against Bobby's section on non-corporeal intelligences preserved through magical imprinting. He made notes on all of it. He filled the first notebook in 2 weeks. Exits, entrances, load-bearing structural elements, the location and function of every ward he could identify using the modified EMF meter and his own developing sensitivity to magical signatures, the patrol patterns of the teachers, the parts of the castle that felt different, older, stranger, more saturated with magic than the rest. The dungeon section under the lake had a signature that made his scar prickle slightly, not painfully, but with the specific alertness of a compass needle shifting. He noted that, too, his roommates were an ongoing experience. Neville Longbottom was a round-faced boy who was frightened of almost everything in a way that made Harry feel a kind of precise and practical protectiveness. Not sentiment, but the recognition of someone who had not been taught that fear was a tool rather than a weather system, and who needed to learn it. Seamus Finnegan was loud and cheerful and had a habit of accidentally causing minor explosions that Harry found more entertaining than he would admit. Dean Thomas, and Harry had done a very brief double-take at this name before reassembling his expression, was relaxed and perceptive and one of the few people in the dormitory who noticed things, which made him interesting. Ron was in the same dormitory. Ron was excellent. Harry had assessed Ron on the train with the specific efficiency he'd learned from years of moving through temporary social environments. Read the person quickly, get the accurate outline of them, revise as data comes in. Ron's initial reading had been sheltered, family-oriented, limited formal tactical education, strong informal intelligence gathered from a large family network, fundamentally decent in ways that were structural rather than performed. The revision, which came within the first 2 weeks, was Ron was extraordinarily good at reading situations. Not in the analytical way Sam was good at it. Sam assembled information and built a model. Ron looked at a thing once and knew the shape of it the way some people know music by ear. He could not always explain what he knew. He did not always have the academic vocabulary for it. But he was reliably, instinctively accurate in ways that Harry, who trusted instinct as data but not as conclusion, found genuinely useful. He was also funny. Harry did not have extensive experience with people being funny on purpose as opposed to accidentally, and Ron was funny on purpose, and Harry found this disarming in a way he decided not to examine too carefully. Hermione was a different kind of useful. Hermione's brain operated on a specific frequency that Harry recognized because he shared a version of it. The frequency of people who needed to know things not for social currency, but for the intrinsic satisfaction of completion, of having the full picture rather than the edges of it. The difference was that Hermione had been trained by school, by the conventional educational framework, to know things in a specific order and present them in a specific form. And this training had given her extraordinary depth in certain areas and significant gaps in others. She did not know, for instance, how to be wrong in real time. She could acknowledge wrongness retrospectively, could process the data and update the model, But in the moment of being wrong, she went still in a way that Harry recognized as the specific paralysis of someone whose self-concept was too tightly wrapped around being correct. He made a note of this. It would need addressing eventually. What she had that was irreplaceable was the breadth. Hermione had read everything, not in the way Harry had read everything in Bobby's library, narrowly, deeply, with a specific applied purpose, but comprehensively across subjects, with the collector's instinct for coverage. She knew things Harry didn't know that he needed to know, and she knew where to find things Harry didn't know existed, and she did not require him to explain why he was asking before she helped him find it. This made her invaluable. The three of them fell into a working arrangement before they had formally decided to be friends, which Harry later recognized as the best kind of working arrangement, the kind that comes from functional necessity and then becomes something else afterward, without anyone having to make a declaration about it. Quirrell was a problem Harry identified in the first week. The defense against the dark arts professor was nervous in the specific way of someone performing nervousness. The stutter was not physiological. It was rhythmic in a way that a genuine impediment never quite was. And the turban he wore year-round in an English castle, in a temperate climate, was not a cultural or religious marker that any of the contexts Harry had studied would account for. The smell in Quirrell's classroom was wrong. Sulfuric, faintly, overlaid with garlic, which was not a cultural seasoning choice but an extremely old-fashioned method of attempting to suppress sulfuric odor. His EMF meter did the thing in Quirrell's presence that it did near tethered entities. He checked it twice to make sure, and then he wrote a letter home. Dean, Quirrell, defense teacher. I think he's a host, not a standard possession. The entity seems to be cohabiting rather than full control, which I've never seen before. The garlic is suppression, not repellent. The turban is concealment. I need Bobby to cross-reference cohabitation possession in the archives, specifically voluntary cohabitation with a high-intellect entity. I think our Category 5 entity found a temporary housing solution. Harry. The response came 2 days later through a channel they'd established through Hermione's parents' postal address in London, routed to an owl post box Harry had registered under a cover name. Harry. Bobby says you're right. Voluntary host cohabitation is in the archive under parasitic entity, cooperative agreement, rare, unstable, requires the host to have very specific psychological vulnerabilities, including a strong enough desire for something the entity can provide. The host stays conscious, but the entity rides along. Getting it out is harder than a standard exorcism because the host has consented. Bobby's working on the protocol. Do not engage alone. Do not let it know you've identified it. Watch and wait. Love, Sam. Dean says you should eat something and stop skipping breakfast to read in the library. Also love, Dean. Harry ate breakfast. He watched Quirrell. He watched the corridor on the 3rd floor, which was warded against student entry in a way that was interesting enough that he'd tested the ward 3 times from different angles to understand its scope, and found, on the 3rd test, that it had a specific magical signature attached to an object rather than a location. Something was being kept behind that door. He noted this and added it to the file he was building on the castle. He told Ron and Hermione. Hermione's initial response was that they should go to a teacher, which was the correct response from a civilian perspective, and a category error from a hunter's perspective, because the teacher most immediately responsible for whatever was behind that door was apparently a cohabitation host for the entity they were trying not to alert. Harry explained this as gently as he could, which was not very gently because he did not have natural instincts toward gentleness when explaining tactical situations. And Hermione looked at him for a long moment afterward with an expression of someone radically revising their understanding of who they were talking to. "Who are you?" she said, and it was not quite a question. "Harry Winchester," Harry said. "That's not. It's all you need for now," Harry said. "I'll explain more later. Right now I need to know whether either of you are capable of keeping a secret under social pressure." Ron said, "I have 6 siblings. I've been keeping secrets since I was 4. Hermione said after a pause, "I don't have anyone to tell." There was something underneath that which Harry heard clearly and chose not to examine right now for her sake. "Good," he said. "Then here's what we know and here's what we're going to do about it." Snape presented a different kind of problem. Harry had read Snape's entry in Dumbledore's intelligence files. One of Bobby's contacts had passed on a partial summary and had formed a working hypothesis before the first potions class. Deep cover operative, high stress, running a long game whose full parameters he didn't have access to. Emotionally unsustainable position maintained by force of will. And a commitment to whatever the original mission objective had been that was stronger than any more comfortable alternative he'd been offered. He had also expected Snape to be professionally cold in the way of someone who had learned to perform dislike as social armor. He had not expected Snape to be genuinely, personally unpleasant to him in the first 5 minutes of the first class in a way that was too specific to be general misanthropy. Snape had looked at him across the potions classroom with an expression that was complex in ways Harry filed for later analysis, and then asked him questions he had not been prepared to answer, specific questions about potion ingredients that were not on the assigned reading list, which suggested either that Snape had a pedagogical method Harry hadn't anticipated or that this was a targeted test. Harry did not know the answers. He said so without apology. Snape's response to this was a precision cut, not a shout, not a rant, but a few words in a voice perfectly calibrated to carry across a classroom and register as dismissal, that landed with the specific impact of something aimed. Ron, beside Harry, had gone tense with indignation. Hermione had opened her mouth and closed it. Harry looked at Snape with a level gaze and thought, "He knows who I was supposed to be. He's testing who I am." He wrote in his notebook that evening, "Snape, double agent, high probability. Volatility is performance. The consistent man underneath is harder to read. Does not like me. Does not dislike me indiscriminately. This is specific, which means it has a cause, which means it has information value. Do not react. Watch." He did not react. He watched. In November, he caught Snape circling Quirrell at the Quidditch match. He had taken the broom from the stands on a pretext and positioned himself in a sightline to observe. And what he observed was Snape watching Quirrell with an expression that was sharp and alert in the way of someone who had already identified a threat and was working out the angles. Snape's lips had been moving, and Harry's lip reading was not good enough for distance. But the body language was not hostile toward Quirrell in the way of an enemy. It was hostile in the way of someone who was managing a situation they had been trying to manage for months. He updated his assessment. Snape knows about the possession. Snape is running interference. Snape is not the threat. Snape might be an asset. He did not tell Ron this. Ron's feelings about Snape were not going to survive that conversation intact, and Ron needed all his feelings for more immediate problems. The first time a wizard tried to take Harry back to the Dursleys, it was a woman from something called the Department for the Regulation of Magical Beings. And she arrived at Bobby's house in late December of Harry's first year with a large amount of official parchment and an expression of bureaucratic certainty that Harry recognized as someone who had never been told no in a professional context before. Harry was on break. He was in Bobby's library reading a newly acquired 1930s document on soul fracture methodology that was increasingly relevant to the Horcrux problem. He heard the car in the yard, heard Bobby's voice at the door, heard the quality of Bobby's silence that meant Bobby was reading a situation. He put the document down and went to the hallway. The woman was tall and official-looking in wizarding robes that looked absurd in Bobby's front hallway, and she had a clipboard and a badge, and she was explaining to Bobby, in the measured tones of someone explaining things to someone she expected to not understand them, that she was here to take custody of Harry Potter pursuant to a protective order placed by Albus Dumbledore, and that she had documentation. Bobby looked at the documentation. Bobby looked at the woman. Bobby looked over the woman's shoulder at Harry in the hallway. Harry had the iron in his hand, not threatening, just held, the way you hold a tool when you might need it. "Harry Winchester is in my legal custody," Bobby said, and his voice was the voice he used when a situation had exactly one outcome. "I have documentation too." "You want to see documentation? I've got a lawyer's number and a men of letters legal filing that's been sitting in the Sioux Falls court records since 1982. You try to walk that boy out of this house, we're going to be in federal court before you clear the county line." "This is a matter of wizarding law," the woman said. "Then take it up with the Ministry of Magic," Bobby said. "And when you figure out which of us has jurisdiction over an American child on American soil, you come back with better documentation." He closed the door. Harry lowered the iron. Bobby looked at him. "Don't say anything," Bobby said. "I wasn't going to say anything," Harry said. "I know what face you were making." Harry was not making any face. He went back to the library. Bobby's voice followed him down the hall. "There's a casserole in the oven. Eat something." The end of the year came in a rush. Harry had known for months that Quirrell was going to make a move on the third-floor corridor. The behavioral pattern was clear. The entity's desire for whatever was behind that door was becoming less manageable as the year progressed. He had spent March and April running the castle's internal geography like a tactical map, identifying every advantage and disadvantage of the space, consulting Bobby's archive via the postal drop on the specific protocols for dealing with a cooperative host possession. He had also spent March and April having conversations with Dean that were somewhat alarming in their similarity to every conversation they'd ever had before a job, with the difference that Harry was now the one leading the threat assessment, and Dean was the one on the other end of the phone making sure Harry had all the right questions. The entity can't fully manifest in Quirrell's body without burning through it, Harry said, sitting in an alcove behind a tapestry on the 5th floor with his phone to his ear and his voice low. "The cohabitation is parasitic, the host is degrading, which means the entity needs something from behind that door, something that would give it a more permanent solution." "A body," Dean said. "A body or a way to make one." Harry's hand went to his scar involuntarily. It had been quiet all year, dormant, as Sam had said. But in the last 2 weeks, it had begun to pulse occasionally, very faintly, like a compass needle that was beginning to catch a signal. "I think when the entity is close enough, I'll be able to feel it, which means I'll know when it moves. Harry, I'm not going in alone. You better not be." "I'm not. Ron has a talent for strategy that's," he paused, looking for the right word, "underestimated. And Hermione is functionally a research engine with legs, and I've had them both on basic protocols since February." A pause. Then Dean said, "Basic protocols meaning what exactly?" "Salt lines. Iron, how to break a non-combat circle, basic Latin." "The first 2 forms of the exorcism rite. They're not ready for the full rite, but they can hold a syllable count." A silence on the line. "Dean." I'm not saying it's wrong," Dean said. "I'm saying that's a lot of trust to put in kids you've known 8 months. You trusted Bobby in less time." Another silence. "Call me when it's over," Dean said. "The second it's over." "Yeah, I mean it, I know." The scar pulsed at midnight on a Thursday in June, and Harry was already awake. The trap built into the 3rd-floor corridor was, Harry had to admit, considerably more sophisticated than it had any right to be in a children's school. There were layers of it, enchantments stacked on each other with a care that spoke to Dumbledore's understanding of the thing he was guarding. And Harry moved through them with the specific economy of someone who has run every relevant scenario in advance and knows which door leads where. He had his iron blade. He had salt rounds and a compact shotgun modified for concealment that Dean had spent 2 weekends on. He had the rune-focused stone in his left hand, warm against his palm. He had his phone off and in his pocket. He went through without Ron and Hermione. This was not what he'd said he'd do. He had sent them back from the final chamber under the logic that the approach required one person. The chamber had specific magical traps that would respond to multiple presences, and that the argument for this was solid and tactical, And also, he was not going to put them in the room where what was behind the door was. He was not going to do that. There was the argument, and underneath the argument was the thing he didn't examine, which was Dean and Sam in every dark place he'd ever gone after something, keeping the brothers at the perimeter until the job was done. Some habits ran so deep they became instinct. He came through the last chamber to the mirror of Arized. Bobby's file had a section on it, Dumbledore's specific hiding method, an object that showed the viewer their deepest desire. The file had noted that the object Harry most needed to retrieve was hidden inside the mirror, and could only be extracted by someone who wanted to find it without using it. Harry stood in front of the mirror and looked. He expected to see his parents. He had been told by Dumbledore's intelligence files, by the file's analysis of the mirror's properties, by everything he understood about what this object did, that the vision would be the thing he most wanted. He had prepared for grief. He had prepared for the specific grief of seeing two people he had never known and had been building a picture of from other people's accounts of them. What he saw was the Impala. Just the Impala, parked on an empty road somewhere flat and American and dark, with the engine idling and the headlights on and both doors open, which was how it sat when they'd pulled over somewhere to look at stars on a long drive. Or when Bobby's property backed up to open land in summer and they'd sit on the hood past midnight, just that, no one in the picture. Just the car, doors open, waiting. Harry stood in front of the mirror for exactly long enough to feel the want of it, the pull, the depth of it, the way it went down further than he had any framework for. And then he turned away, because the job did not stop for the mirror, and put his hand into the magical field around it and felt the stone drop into his palm. Behind him, the temperature dropped. "Well," said a voice from behind him. "Harry Potter!" The voice was not Quirrell's. It was older than Quirrell. It was older than the castle. It was the voice of something that had been alive so long that it had come out the other side of aliveness into something that resembled it only in shape. Harry's scar lit up like a circuit completing. He turned around. Quirrell had unwound his turban. On the back of his head, not a face, not exactly, but the impression of one, livid and pale and pushed forward through the host's skull like a mask trying to become a surface, was Tom Riddle. What was left of Tom Riddle? The fragment that had found its way here into this willing and desperate host, nursing its plans in the dark of someone else's body. Harry looked at it. He had been building this picture for 6 years. He had the file memorized. He had the taxonomy, Category 5 disembodied high-intellect spirit, cooperative host, non-demonic origin. He had Bobby's protocols. He had Dean's voice in his head saying you read the situation first. Always, you don't react to what the monster wants you to react to, you read it. He read it. It was diminished. That was the first and most important data point. Whatever Tom Riddle had been before Godric's Hollow, this was not the full version of it. This was a fragment, a piece, running on borrowed tissue and borrowed time. The host was failing. Quirrell's hands had been deteriorating for months. Harry had noted this and cross-referenced it against Bobby's notes on parasitic hosting. The host body could not sustain this indefinitely. The entity was desperate. Desperate entities made tactical errors. "You're smaller than I expected," Harry said. The face on the back of Quirrell's head turned its flat, terrible eyes on him and smiled. "And you are exactly what I expected," it said. "A child playing at being dangerous." "Yeah," Harry said. "People keep thinking that." He put the stone in his pocket. He raised his right hand. He thought about the textile mill in North Carolina, about the cold rushing out of his chest and down his arm, about the thing that was not accidental and not random and not a miracle, about what Sam had called it. A skill. Yet, he was not going to beat Tom Riddle in a straight contest of magical force. He knew this clearly and without self-deception. This was a fragment of an ancient and powerful entity, and Harry was 11 years old with 8 months of magical schooling and a wandless channeling ability he could not reliably control. He was not going to win this fight on power. He was going to end it on mechanism. He moved left, not away, left, which forced Quirrell's body to turn and reorient, which meant the face on the back of the head was now pointed away from Harry and the entity lost its visual line. He moved while the entity was reorienting, and he got his left hand on Quirrell's arm and he pushed. Not struck. Not shoved. Pushed in the way he had pushed the spirit in the textile mill, not physically but through the other thing, the warm electric thing that went down his arm and out through his palm and into what it touched. The effect was not subtle. Quirrell's skin, where Harry's hand made contact, began to blister. Not from heat, there was no heat. There was the inverse of heat, the cold, deep structural reaction of incompatible energies trying to occupy the same space. The entity screamed in Quirrell's voice and through Quirrell's mouth, and the sound had the specific quality of a spirit disrupted, of iron and salt at close range. Harry held on. He thought of Bobby's voice. Lily Potter's sacrificial protection. It's in him, not location dependent. In him. He thought of the mirror and the Impala with the doors open, waiting. He held on until the entity let go. It did not go quietly. It left Quirrell's body in the way things leave unwillingly, with force and with sound and with the electromagnetic crash that his EMF meter would have screamed over if he'd had it out, which he didn't because he'd had his hands full. The entity dispersed, not fully, not permanently. He knew this. He had always known this. 7 Horcruxes meant 7 anchors meant the entity could not be permanently destroyed by this means at this time. But it could be driven out. Scattered again. Bought time against. Quirrell collapsed. Harry caught him without thinking, the way you catch someone falling, and lowered him to the floor. And Quirrell was already fading. The host body without the entity's structural support was failing fast. Harry checked his pulse, looked at his breathing, thought about every field medicine decision he'd made or watched Dean make, and concluded that there was nothing he could do here with the tools he had. He took Quirrell's wand. It seemed wrong to leave it. He walked out of the chamber. The rest happened fast. Dumbledore, who appeared at the foot of the staircase with the expression of someone who had known and chosen not to intervene and was now managing the specific guilt of that choice. And Harry looked at him and did not have anything to say to him yet, not tonight. The hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey with her efficient briskness. Ron and Hermione at the bedside, Ron looking wrecked with relief, Hermione having clearly cried and equally clearly refusing to acknowledge it. Harry lay on the hospital bed and listened to his own heartbeat for a while. Then he reached under the pillow for his phone, dialed. Dean picked up on the first ring. Of course he did. "It's over," Harry said, on the other end, a very long exhale. "You okay?" "Yeah. Sam's right here, he wants to. Tell him I'm okay, tell Bobby." Harry looked at the ceiling of the hospital wing, the stone arches of it, the high windows going gray with dawn. "I need to come home for the summer." "Yeah," Dean said, and his voice had the quality of the mirror, the thing underneath the function of it. "Yeah, kid, come home." Harry closed his eyes. Outside the hospital wing windows, Scottish summer was beginning, pale and tentative on the hills. And somewhere in the deeper dark, the scattered fragments of Tom Riddle found each other in the way water finds water, slowly over distance, pulling back together, building. Waiting! Bobby Singer's log, June 1992. HP 001 Addendum. Year 1, entity fragment dispersed a second time, Philosopher's Stone secured and destroyed per Dumbledore's eventual request. Quirrell, the host, did not survive, which is the standard outcome for a cooperative host when the parasitic entity leaves under duress. Harry handled it. Harry always handles it. That's the part I don't know if I should be proud of or worried about, that a 12-year-old has the phrase handled it in his vocabulary and means it the way we mean it. He came home for the summer. First morning back, he went straight to the library. Second morning, he went straight to the library again. Third morning, Dean made him put the books away and took him fishing. He read a waterproofed copy of the soul fracture taxonomy on the bank. Dean didn't say anything. I said something. He put it away. File remains open. Chapter 4. The Horcrux taxonomy. The summer Harry was 13, Bobby found the second Horcrux. Not in the field. Bobby Singer had not done field work in years, not since the accident. And he did not discuss this as a limitation and expected the people around him not to discuss it either. He found it the way Bobby found most things. In a library, cross-referencing two sources that nobody had thought to cross-reference before, which was the specific genius of him, not the breadth of what he knew, which was extraordinary, but the way he moved between what he knew. The lateral connections he made between separate traditions and separate documents that individually were inert and together were a map. The document that broke it open was a 1943 Men of Letters field report from a British operative named Aldous Pemberton, who had been tracking a young dark wizard named Tom Riddle through London and had lost the trail somewhere in Knockturn Alley, a wizarding commercial district in London that specialized in the kind of commerce that preferred not to be observed by the more regulated sectors of the community. Pemberton had filed the report and then, presumably, gone on to other things, and the report had sat in the archive for 50 years acquiring dust. Bobby read it in July. The relevant section was 3 paragraphs from the end. Pemberton had noted, as an almost incidental observation in the way of men of letters operatives who had learned to record everything regardless of apparent relevance, that Riddle had entered a shop on Knockturn Alley and spent 40 minutes inside. The shop, Borgen and Burke's, dealers in unusual and frequently illegal magical objects, had no record of a sale to Riddle on that date, which Pemberton had noted as interesting but not actionable. What Pemberton had also noted, in his meticulous way, was that Riddle had been carrying something into the shop that he had not been carrying when he came out, not taken something, left something. Bobby had read that paragraph and then sat with it for a long time and then reached for the soul fracture documentation Harry had been working from, and by the end of the evening had written in the margin of Pemberton's report, in his dense, emphatic hand, consignment. He left a piece of himself there. Check the current Borgen and Burke's inventory against any object recorded as coming in from a private seller in 1943. This is one of them. This is a Horcrux. He called Dean at 11 p.m. Dean called Harry at 11:15. Harry was not asleep. Harry was in Bobby's library reading the same soul fracture documentation Bobby had been reading from a different angle, which was something they had stopped being surprised about. "Bobby found one," Dean said. Harry put the document down. "Talk," he said. They went to London in August. Dean, Sam, Harry, and Bobby, which was the first time Bobby had traveled internationally in 11 years, and which he complained about at a frequency and volume that made the transatlantic flight significantly longer than it was. Dean and Bobby sat in the middle of the plane and argued about the pretzels. Sam raved. Harry slept with the practiced thoroughness of a hunter who had learned to sleep in moving vehicles at any available opportunity. They landed at Heathrow on a grey Tuesday morning, and Harry breathed English air for the first time since the summer after first year. He came home every summer, always. That had been the agreement. That was the non-negotiable. And felt the subtle atmospheric shift of a country whose magical infrastructure was denser and older than what he'd grown up in. A background hum that his scar recognized before his conscious mind did. He pressed his wrist against the scar's low awareness and noted it in his mental file. Getting into Knockturn Alley required getting into Diagon Alley first, which required going through the Leaky Cauldron, which was a pub in London that functioned as a threshold between the ordinary world and the wizarding one, and which had a doorway that opened into the alley if you tapped the right bricks in the right sequence. Harry had been through it twice before, both times with a Hogwarts escort. This time, he went through it at the head of a column of 4 people carrying concealed weapons, and the barman looked at them with the incurious acceptance of a man who had seen a great deal over a very long career. Knockturn Alley was exactly what Bobby's archive described. A narrow side alley off the main wizarding commercial street, dim and close and smelling of things that had no business being ingredients in anything. The shops on either side were shuttered or half-shuttered, their windows displaying objects that registered on Harry's EMF meter as moderately to significantly supernatural, cursed objects, binding objects, tethered entities in containment vessels. a standard black market supernatural trade hub. Differentiated from the American equivalents, Harry had cleared with Dean mainly by the specific cultural flavor of the British wizarding world's approach to what it was selling, which was aristocratic and old and thoroughly conscious of its own status. He had been in worse places. Borgin and Burke's was at the far end. The proprietor, a thin, pale man named Borgin who looked at his own customers with a suppressed and professional contempt, took in the four of them when they entered and made the rapid assessments of a man in his profession. He saw Dean and Bobby as some variety of muggle, which put them outside his framework in a way that made him uncomfortable without telling him why. He saw Sam's height and the specific quality of Sam's stillness and recognized that as something to be cautious of. He saw Harry and his eyes went to the scar, which meant he knew who Harry was, and the knowledge landed on his face in layers: recognition, uncertainty about how to manage recognition, and underneath both of those something more complicated. "We're looking for something specific," Sam said. He had the acquisition cover built, two American collectors, representatives of a private estate, interested in British dark artifacts with documented provenance. He had documentation. Sam always had documentation. An object that would have come through a private seller in the early 1940s. We have reason to believe it's still in inventory. "I don't discuss provenance," Borgin said. "We're prepared to pay significantly for the right object," Sam said. "We're not interested in legal certification. We're interested in the object." This was the language Borgin understood. His posture shifted slightly. Dean was already moving around the shop with the unhurried browsing posture of someone with no urgent agenda, which was entirely performed, and Harry was beside him, and they were both reading the objects in the cases with the specific attention of two people who were not looking at what they appeared to be looking at. Harry had the modified EMF meter in his jacket and was running it at low intensity, getting readings on everything in the shop with the thoroughness of a sweep. Most of the objects in Borgin and Burke's read as standard dark artifact, cursed objects with moderate supernatural signatures, binding implements, a collection of objects whose purpose Harry could not immediately identify, but which registered on the meter as significant. Nothing matched the specific signature profile of a Horcrux, which Bobby had built from Harry's scar resonance data over 2 years of careful measurement. A soul tether had a particular frequency, a kind of doubled signature that normal cursed objects didn't produce. Then Harry reached the back of the shop. The cabinet. It was a wardrobe-sized object in dark wood, standing against the back wall of the shop between two shelves of pickled things Harry was not going to examine closely. His EMF meter, which had been ticking at moderate levels throughout the shop, went to full read when he got within 3 feet of it. Not the doubled frequency he was looking for, something different, something the meter resolved after a moment into a portal signature. The cabinet was a magical transit object, a passage between 2 points, not what they were looking for. He marked it in his mental map of the shop and kept moving. The diary was not in the main shop. He figured this out when they had cleared every object in the front space and come up empty on the Horcrux signature, which meant the object was either not here or in a secured back space. He communicated this to Dean with a look, which Dean relayed to Sam with a gesture, which was the language they used in the field when audio communication was inadvisable. Sam was very good at extending negotiations. He kept Borgin's attention for 23 minutes on the question of a specific cursed necklace in the front case that Sam was interested in acquiring, and which Borgin wanted a significant amount of money for, and which neither of them actually intended to transact. Harry and Dean went through the back. The back room of Borgin and Burke's was smaller and darker and smelled worse than the front, and contained, in a locked cabinet of its own, a collection of objects that were clearly the higher security inventory, the things Borgin didn't put out where ordinary customers could see them. Harry had the lock open in 40 seconds, which was slower than his best time, but the lock was magical rather than mechanical, and required him to work around the ward on it using the rune focus stone rather than his pick set. Inside the cabinet, 7 objects, each on its own shelf, each with a small handwritten card of indeterminate legibility. Harry ran the meter over them in order. Objects 1 through 6, various dark magical signatures, nothing that matched. Object 7, a thin diary, black cover, no title. Moderate aged, not 50 years old, not new. Unremarkable in appearance, the meter on it produced a doubled frequency that made the display stutter. Harry picked it up with a cloth. You did not touch potential Horcruxes directly. This was a rule he and Sam had agreed on, and felt through the cloth the specific cold of it, the way it sat slightly wrong against the weight of his hand, slightly too present for what it was. He looked at Dean. Dean looked at the diary. "Yeah," Dean said quietly. Harry wrapped it in the cloth and put it in the inner pocket of his jacket. They went back to the front of the shop. Sam concluded the negotiation on the necklace at a price that satisfied Borgin's sense of what his objects were worth, which meant they left with both the diary and the necklace, the latter of which Bobby identified on the drive back to the hotel as an extremely serious cursed object that they were going to destroy immediately, which Dean did in the hotel bathroom with iron and salt, and a contained burn that set off the smoke alarm. The diary they did not destroy immediately. The diary they studied. Sam's analysis of the diary took 3 weeks, conducted at Bobby's kitchen table with the diary inside a circle of iron filings and protective wards Bobby had laid into the table's surface back when he'd first started keeping dangerous objects, and which had served their purpose many times since. Sam worked from Bobby's soul fracture documentation and the Men of Letters archive on tethered entities, and Harry worked alongside him because it was his case file, and because 2 analytical minds reading the same problem from slightly different angles was more efficient than one. What they determined, the diary was a vessel. Inside it, structured around the ink and paper of its physical form, was a fragment of Tom Riddle's soul, not inert, not dormant, but active in the specific way of something that had been designed to project. It could interface with a living host through the writing mechanism. A person who wrote in the diary would make contact with the fragment, which would then establish a connection to the host's consciousness. "It's a possession vector," Harry said. "A slow one," Sam said. "Incremental. The fragment doesn't take over immediately, it builds. It works on the host over time. It would need months, probably." He paused. "If it's been consigned to a shop, it hasn't found a host yet, but it was designed to find one." "Borgin didn't know what it was," Harry said. "He was just holding inventory." "Right, but whoever consigned it to him, Lucius Malfoy," Bobby said from across the table, where he had been listening with the expression of someone doing 2 things at once. He had the Pemberton file open in front of him. Pemberton tracked the object out of Riddle's possession and into a private collection in the late 1940s. The collection belonged to a wizarding family called Malfoy. Long history of what the British wizarding world calls dark leanings, which in our terminology means ideologically aligned with Riddle's movement. Lucius Malfoy is the current head of household. Harry looked at him. "So Malfoy has been sitting on a Horcrux for decades, possibly without knowing what it is, or knowing exactly what it is and waiting for orders." A silence. "Either way," Harry said, "we have it now." The destruction protocol for the diary had been the most carefully considered procedure Harry and Sam had ever constructed, because they were working without precedent. The soul fracture documentation described the theory of Horcrux destruction. The vessel must be damaged beyond the fragment's capacity to sustain itself, and the damage must be of sufficient metaphysical intensity to disrupt not just the physical object, but the soul tether within it. Basilisk venom was theoretically effective. Fiendfire, a specific class of magical fire that consumed magical structures, was theoretically effective. Hellfire, as used in certain demonic context destruction rituals, was theoretically effective. Harry could not produce fiendfire. He did not have the wand magic skill for it, and was unlikely to develop it, his magic not being amenable to the kind of fine control that fiendfire required. He could, however, produced something that Bobby's archive classified as a hunter's variant of contained sacred fire, a combination of specific materials, specific Latin invocation, and a practitioner's channeled intent. It was not hellfire exactly, but it occupied an adjacent category, and the theoretical framework suggested it would be sufficient for a soul tether object. They had never tried it on a Horcrux before. They had never had a Horcrux before. Harry set the circle. Bobby checked it. Sam checked it again. Dean stood at the door of the workshop with his arms crossed and watched with the expression of someone who trusted the process and was going to be standing exactly there regardless. Harry put the wrapped diary in the center of the circle. He lit the fire. The diary's response was not subtle. The fragment within it, the piece of Tom Riddle that had been sitting in that diary for 50 years waiting for a host, knew, on whatever level such a thing could know, what was happening to it. The diary opened on its own, pages fanning, and the ink within it rose in a way that was not metaphor, literally rose, lifting off the pages in dark threads that tried to organize themselves into something. A face, almost. An impression of a face, young and dark-haired and enraged, coalescing in the air above the burning object. Harry pushed more into the fire. The face came apart. The ink dispersed. The diary burned with the specific blue-edged quality of the hunter's fire, consuming a soul tether, which was different from the ordinary orange of combustion, cooler seeming but deeper. And the doubled frequency on the EMF meter ran its course and dropped and was silent. The diary was ash. The ash was ordinary ash. Harry took a breath. The fire died down. He took another breath. 1, Sam said quietly. 1, Harry said. 6 left. The diary was first year's problem in reverse. They had it before the school year, which meant the events of second year at Hogwarts unfolded without the diary in play, which changed the shape of things significantly. Ginny Weasley was not possessed. This was an outcome that Harry was only able to appreciate fully in retrospect, because at the time he hadn't known how close it had been. The diary had been destined for her, passed along a chain Harry mapped out during the summer before second year. Lucius Malfoy to Ginny through a planted book at the school's supply purchase. Without the diary in that chain, the chain broke. Ginny Weasley started second year as a nervous, red-faced first year with a fondness for Percy's old textbooks, and a visible terror of saying anything in front of Harry, which Ron said was because she'd been mentioning him at home with some frequency, and which Harry filed under the general category of social situations he did not have a natural framework for. The Chamber of Secrets still opened. This was, in retrospect, inevitable. The chamber had been built by Salazar Slytherin as a permanent installation 1,000 years ago, and its activation mechanism was independent of the diary. The basilisk within it was a separate problem from the Horcrux, and the Horcrux being gone did not make the basilisk less real or less dangerous. What it meant was that when the chamber opened and the attacks on students began, Harry was working the problem from the beginning rather than from the middle. He identified the basilisk by the fourth attack. The method of attack, petrification rather than death, which meant the victims had seen the creature indirectly, through reflections, through water, through a camera lens, was in the Men of Letters archive under a 1962 case report on a basilisk in the American Southwest that a hunter named Daniel Elkins had handled. The report was thorough about mechanism. Direct eye contact was lethal, indirect contact produced petrification. Recovery was possible with Mandrake Restorative Potion. Harry knew the relevant literature on basilisks before Hermione found it in the library, which was the first and only time in 2 years he got to the answer before she did. He did not make anything of this, partly out of courtesy and partly because Hermione had in the same week identified 6 things he hadn't that were equally relevant, and they were, in this as in most things, more useful together than in competition. The heir of Slytherin problem, who was opening the chamber, since the original Horcrux was gone and Ginny was fine, took longer. Harry worked it over 3 months, keeping a running analysis that he shared with Ron and Hermione. And the answer when it came was both obvious and strange. The chamber's Parselmouth activation mechanism could be triggered by anyone with a hereditary connection to the Slytherin line. And there was a student in the school with exactly that connection who had been opening it not with malicious intent, but with the specific problem of being 12 years old and having a secret that had no safe outlet. Harry sorted that particular situation out privately and without involving the school administration, which was the cleanest option and the one that caused the least collateral damage to a 12-year-old who was not, in any meaningful sense, the enemy. The basilisk, however, remained. The basilisk had been in the chamber for 1,000 years, and was, per the Men of Letters archive, approximately 60 feet long, and the apex predator of a specific supernatural category that had almost no natural threats. It was also being directed, not by the absent Horcrux construct, but by the chamber's original activation mechanism, which was still running. It was going to keep attacking, Harry called Dean. 60 feet, Dean said, approximately. Of snake. Of basilisk, there's a difference. The eyes. I know about the basilisk eyes. Sam sent me the file. A pause. How are you planning to deal with the eyes? Indirect approach. There's a subspecies interaction in the archive, roosters. The crowing of a rooster is structurally lethal to a basilisk on a biological level. The sound frequency disrupts their sensory apparatus. You're going to play a rooster recording at a 60-foot snake. I'm going to play a rooster recording through a targeted audio system in an underground chamber with excellent acoustics. A pause. A targeted audio system, Dean said. Sam's phone. I'm going to borrow Sam's phone. His speaker is better than mine. The silence on the line had a quality Harry had learned to identify as Dean managing the specific experience of having raised someone who was exactly like him in all the ways that produced sleepless nights. I'm coming to help, Dean said. The school. I'm not asking, Dean said. Dean and Sam arrived on a Friday in May under the cover of a school inspection from the American Magical Education Oversight Board, which was not a real organization, but was documented with the comprehensive thoroughness that Sam brought to all cover identities, and which Dumbledore, who was clearly aware it was not a real organization, accepted with the diplomatic graciousness of a man choosing his battles. They went into the chamber on a Saturday night, the four of them, Harry, Dean, Sam, and Hermione, who had been told she could wait above and had responded to this with the expression of someone whose patience for being left at the perimeter had conclusively expired. She had memorized every piece of relevant literature Harry had. She had also, in the 3 months since the attack started, run her own independent research track on basilisk physiology, and had identified a weakness in the creature's neurological response to certain frequencies that supplemented rather than duplicated what Harry had found. Harry had looked at her research and then looked at her and said, "This is better than what I had." "I know," Hermione had said. "You're coming," Harry had said. She had already had her bag packed. The chamber was vast and cold and lit with the specific sourceless green light of a magical installation, designed before anyone had thought carefully about what color of light was psychologically tolerable in an underground space. The pipes ran along the walls in enormous parallel channels, and the floor was slick with moisture. And somewhere deeper in the dark, something very large was moving in the specific patient way of something that had no reason to hurry. Harry handled the acoustic setup. Hermione ran the frequency calibration from the tablet they'd rigged to Sam's phone. Sam held the perimeter. Dean was beside Harry with iron rounds loaded and salt rounds in the secondary weapon, both of which were not going to kill a basilisk, but were going to disrupt its sensory apparatus in the critical moments when the audio was running and the creature was disoriented. When the rooster crowing hit the chamber's acoustics, amplified by the stone and water into something that was a physical pressure rather than just a sound, the basilisk's response was immediate and involuntary. 60 feet of the oldest living predator in the castle curled in on itself with the specific, uncoordinated collapse of something whose nervous system had been sent conflicting instructions. And in the 4 seconds of that window, Harry was inside the coils with the silver blade. Silver. Because silver disrupted a broader range of supernatural physiology than iron alone, and used it with the efficient economy of someone who had been taught that the most important thing about a finishing strike was that it finish. The basilisk was dead in 40 seconds. Dean looked at the body. 62 feet, he said. I said approximately, Harry said. They extracted the venom from the primary fangs before they left. Basilisk venom was, per the soul fracture documentation, one of the most effective Horcrux destruction agents they had access to. It broke down magical structures at a fundamental level. Harry harvested it carefully into sealed iron vials with the same systematic thoroughness he'd learned from watching Dean clean a kill. Hermione watched this procedure and said nothing for a long time. Then she said, "You're not just going to school here." "No," Harry said, "you've been running an operation this whole time." "Yeah," she was quiet again. "Then, I want full operational briefing." Harry looked at her. "Some of it's classified." "By whom?" "By me." She looked at him steadily. "Partial briefing?" Harry said, "What you need to know to be useful. The rest when I decide you're read in." "And how will you determine that?" "When you stop asking questions like a civilian." She thought about this. Then, "That seems fair." The Horcruxes did not come in order, and they did not come easily. The locket came in the winter of Harry's 4th year at Hogwarts, and it came the hard way. Bobby had located it through a chain of intelligence that had taken 2 years to build. A tip from Mundungus Fletcher, a small-time magical criminal with connections across the British wizarding underworld, who had been providing occasional intelligence to Dumbledore's network, and whom Bobby's contact had quietly cross-stabbed. Fletcher had mentioned, without understanding what he was mentioning, an object that had been through several illegal hands in the London wizarding underground, and was currently held by a woman named Hepzibah Smith, who had purchased it believing it to be a Slytherin family heirloom of significant historical value. It was significant historical value. It was also a Horcrux. Getting to it required getting past the woman holding it, which required a social approach rather than a tactical one, which was the category of approach Harry was least natural at. He was competent at it. The hunter's curriculum included social infiltration because monsters did not conveniently announce themselves, and Dean had drilled social cover with the same rigor he'd applied to everything else. But competent was not the same as natural. He asked Hermione. This was, in retrospect, the right call. Hermione approached the social infiltration problem with the same systematic rigor she applied to everything. Built a cover identity in 6 days, researched Hepzibah Smith's background and interests and social context, and executed the acquisition of access with a precision that made Harry revise his assessment of her operational capacity upward significantly. She never told him exactly what she said to Hepzibah Smith. Harry did not ask. The locket came out in a velvet bag, and Harry felt it through the bag before he opened it, the doubled frequency, the specific cold of a soul tether, recognizable now. He ran the meter to confirm and looked at Hermione and said, "This is it." The destruction of the locket was harder than the diary. The diary had been 50 years in a shop. The locket had been worn. It had history with people, multiple people, and history with objects seemed to deepen whatever the soul fragment within could do. When Harry set the circle and began the hunter's fire protocol, the locket's resistance was active in a way the diary's hadn't been. The fragment within it pushed back, not with force but with something more insidious. A kind of projected information that targeted the people in the room with the specific cruelties most likely to reach them. It went for Sam first, because Sam's specific vulnerabilities were the most accessible. The self-doubt that ran under everything Sam did, the years of feeling like the wrong kind of Winchester, the weight of choices he'd made under duress that he'd never fully forgiven himself for. It broadcast this, somehow, into the room, and Sam's face went through something that Harry caught in his peripheral vision and immediately categorized as a psychic attack of a kind the men of letters archive documented in high-level demonic encounters. "Sam," he said, "I'm fine." Sam said, with the specific flatness of someone who is not fine and is also not going to let that be relevant. "Focus on the Latin," Harry said. "Don't listen to what it's doing. It's a projection. It's not real." "I know," Sam said. "Say the Latin." Sam said the Latin. His voice was steady. Harry kept the fire going. The locket came apart with a sound that was not quite a scream but occupied the same acoustic frequency. And the space it left was cold and then ordinary, and the doubled signature on the meter dropped out, and the locket was a piece of melted metal in the center of a salt circle. Sam was sitting on the workbench with his hands on his knees. Dean was standing beside him without touching him, which was Dean's specific way of saying "I'm here" without requiring acknowledgement of the moment, which was the most useful kind of being there for someone who did not want their vulnerability witnessed. Harry cleaned up the circle. "2," he said. "The ring was the one that nearly killed Bobby." Harry blamed himself for this for a long time afterward, in the specific, unproductive way of people who understand intellectually that assigning blame to yourself is not useful and cannot stop doing it anyway. Because the error had been a tactical one and tactical errors were supposed to be preventable, and this one hadn't been. Bobby had found the ring in a derelict house in Little Hangleton, England, a Riddle family property that appeared in Dumbledore's intelligence files as a possible location for an early Horcrux, based on Riddle's documented attachment to his paternal heritage. Bobby had been the one to make the connection to a specific men of letters notation about a crumbling rural estate and a powerful protective curse on an object within it. And Bobby had insisted on being present for the retrieval because Bobby had been running point on the strategic intelligence for this case since 1981 and was not going to sit in a car while someone else went in. Harry had agreed. This had been the error, not because Bobby was not capable. Bobby was extremely capable. Bobby had been doing this since before Harry was born and had the library and the scars to prove it. The error was in Harry's assessment of the ring's protective measures, which he had rated as standard dark object warding based on the intelligence available and which were not standard. The ring carried a killing curse trap. It was the same category of dark magic that had killed Harry's parents, a stored lethal curse that activated on contact with the object, designed to execute the moment a hand closed around it. Bobby's hand had been inside the ward perimeter before Harry's meter completed its full sweep reading. The curse activated. What happened next was not something Harry ever described in full to anyone, not to Dean, not to Sam, not to Hermione, though each of them asked in different ways and with different degrees of directness. What he told them was that he got there in time, which was true, and that the protective countermeasure worked, which was also true, and that Bobby was fine, which eventually became true. What he did not tell them was the 4 seconds between the curse activating and his countermeasure engaging, during which Bobby Singer was dying on the floor of a derelict house in rural England, and Harry was performing a shield working that Bobby's own research had built, and that Harry had memorized the way he'd memorized the exorcism right at age 6, by repetition, by absolute necessity, by the specific commitment of something you practice so that, when you need it, you don't have to think, and the 4 seconds were very long. Bobby spent 3 days in a private medical facility outside London that Dumbledore's network had access to, recovering from the residual effects of a killing curse absorbed through a shield rather than full contact, which was a distinction that had made the difference between alive and not. He was bad-tempered throughout his recovery in a way that the staff found alarming, and that Harry found deeply reassuring because bad-tempered meant present. Bad-tempered meant Bobby. On the 3rd day, Harry sat in the chair beside the bed and put the ring, sealed in an iron box. The curse trap spent and the protective warding collapsed on the table between them. Bobby looked at the box. 3, Bobby said. 3, Harry said. Bobby looked at him. "Stop making that face." I'm not making a face. You're making the face where you're going to say something about how it was your call and your error, and you're going to run the tactical analysis until you've extracted every possible lesson from it and then feel bad about it for 6 months. Harry said nothing. It wasn't your call, Bobby said. I pushed to be there. I made the assessment on the warding and I was wrong. That's my error, not yours. He paused. You got me out. I should have. Harry, he stopped. You got me out, Bobby said again, in the voice he used when a thing was decided. That's the job. We do the job. Write it up, learn from it, move on. That's all there is. Harry looked at the iron box on the table. He wrote it up. He learned from it. He moved on. He did not stop thinking about 4 seconds for a very long time. The cup, the diadem, the snake, those were ahead of him, and he knew it. And he was working toward them with the systematic patience of a hunter who understood that the job had a shape, and that you followed the shape and you did not rush it, and you did not panic, and you did not let the weight of the remaining targets sit on you in a way that slowed you down. He was 16, and he had destroyed 3 Horcruxes, and Tom Riddle was still out there, not embodied, not yet, but assembling, building back toward the return they had all been preparing for. And the specific cold intelligence that Harry had been carrying since he read case file HP-001 at Bobby's library table at age 10 had resolved, over the years, into something clearer and quieter, not rage. Rage was Dean's engine, and Dean's rage was loud and hot and honest. Harry's was different, colder, longer, built from a foundation of something that was not quite grief and not quite purpose, but occupied the territory between them. He had read the names in that file 1,000 times. He had read the file forward and backward and sideways. He knew what Voldemort was. He knew what Voldemort had done and was doing and was planning to do. He was going to end it, not because of the prophecy. The prophecy was real. He had read the full text in Dumbledore's intelligence briefing in his 4th year, had read it with the detached, analytical attention he brought to all intelligence, and had set aside the prophetic language for the operational content, which was that the entity designated Voldemort had created a specific vulnerability to Harry at Godric's Hollow that ran in both directions. The entity could not be permanently destroyed by anyone other than Harry, and Harry could not be permanently destroyed by the entity. This was tactically significant. He had filed it accordingly. But the reason he was going to end it was not the prophecy and was not fate and was not destiny. The reason was the names in the file. The reason was Lily Potter and James Potter, and the names that came after them, the long list of names that Bobby kept updating at the back of the file in his meticulous script. All the people Voldemort had killed on his way to wherever he was going. The reason was the 4 seconds on the floor of Little Hangleton. The reason was the impala in the mirror, doors open, waiting, the particular wait of something you could come back to when the job was done. He was 16 years old, and he had 3 Horcruxes down, and 4 to go, and he was going back to school in September, with the basilisk venom in iron vials in his trunk, and a tactical map of the castle that was better than anything in Dumbledore's possession, and 2 of the best operational partners he had ever worked with waiting for him on the Hogwarts Express. He was not done yet. He was nowhere near done, but he was moving, and the shape of the job was getting clearer, and somewhere in the dark of what was coming there was the specific light of something that could be finished. A hunt that had a beginning and had been building toward an end, and the end was coming. Harry Winchester had been raised to find things in the dark and finish them. He was going to finish this one. Bobby Singer's log. August 1996. HP-001 Addendum. Horcrux status. Diary destroyed 1992 Hunter's Fire Protocol. Locket destroyed 1994 Hunter's Fire Protocol psychic resistance encountered and managed. Ring destroyed 1996 Hunter's Fire Protocol killing curse trap encountered operative injury sustained full recovery confirmed. Running total 3 of 7. 4 remaining. Identified Cup Gringotts Bank London Lestrange Vault Diadem unknown location Hogwarts rumored snake mobile with entity and subject himself. The last one is what nobody wants to say out loud. We're going to have to say it out loud soon. File remains open. God help us, file remains open. Chapter 5. The Death Eaters are just a cult. Voldemort came back on a Thursday. Harry knew before the official announcement, before Dumbledore's emergency communication to the Order, before the owl post that arrived at Hogwarts in a panicked flutter of wings the following morning, before the Ministry's flat denial that lasted approximately 48 hours before reality made it untenable. He knew because his scar told him, not painfully. The pain interpretation was what he'd been led to expect from Dumbledore's early briefings, and from Ron's second-hand accounts of the prophecy's more dramatic interpretations, and it was not accurate, or not accurate for Harry, who had grown up with the scar as a piece of equipment rather than a wound, who had been taught by Bobby to read its signals the way you read an EMF meter, calibrated and without panic. What it did was change quality. The dormant, low-grade frequency that had been his background radiation for as long as he could remember shifted into something different, not louder, but more directional, more present, like a compass needle that had been pointing at a vague magnetic north for years and had suddenly locked onto a specific bearing. He was in the library when it happened. He put down his book and sat for a moment and breathed and took the reading, and what the reading told him was, the entity is embodied, full embodiment, not a fragment in a host, not a distributed dispersal, a body, a wand, a central address. He took out his phone and called Dean. It's back, he said, a pause of exactly 2 seconds, which was how long it took Dean Winchester to move from whatever he had been doing to fully operational. Harry had timed this once years ago as a measurement exercise. 2 seconds, regardless of context. How confident, Dean said. Complete. Another pause shorter. Sam's already pulling the tactical files. Bobby wants you to come home for the weekend. We need to sit down with the full picture and rebuild the operational map from the current position. I'll be there Saturday. Good, a beat. You okay? Harry considered this with the honest attention it deserved. Yeah, he said. I've been waiting for this. He had been waiting for this. The entity's return to full embodiment was not a setback. It was, from the perspective of the hunt, a necessary step. A dispersed entity was essentially impossible to permanently destroy. An embodied one had a location, a physical form, a set of operational vulnerabilities that a distributed spirit simply did not have. Tom Riddle in a body was a problem Harry understood the shape of. Tom Riddle as a scattered presence in the dark was a problem with no clean edges. He went back to his book for the remaining 20 minutes until dinner. There was nothing tactically useful he could do in the next 20 minutes, and not eating dinner would not improve his operational capacity. And Dean was extremely clear about both of these principles. The Order of the Phoenix was, in Bobby's assessment, a competent volunteer paramilitary with good intentions, significant experience within a specific magical framework, and a critical systemic blind spot, which was that they had spent 30 years fighting Tom Riddle on Tom Riddle's terms. Harry arrived at the first joint meeting between the Order's senior members and the Winchester operational team, himself, Dean, Sam, and Bobby, in the kitchen of a house in Grimmauld Place that was itself a supernatural object of some complexity, the ancestral home of the Black family, which had been used as Order headquarters, and which Bobby had spent the first 20 minutes in conducting a thorough wards assessment that produced a written report he handed to Dumbledore with the quiet confidence of someone who expected the report to be taken seriously. Dumbledore took it seriously. Harry noted this as a meaningful data point about the evolution of their working relationship over 15 years. The Order's senior membership was arranged around a long table in a kitchen that was cleaner than it looked like it should be. Alastor Moody, who Harry respected immediately and completely on the basis of the man's paranoia alone, which was not pathological but professional and comprehensive in ways Harry recognized. Kingsley Shacklebolt, who had the specific bearing of a trained law enforcement operative who was good at his job and knew it. Remus Lupin, who Harry had first met as the defense against the dark arts teacher in his 3rd year, and who was one of 3 people in the wizarding world who had known James and Lily Potter well enough to tell him things about them that weren't in any file. Nymphadora Tonks, who was extremely competent and seemed committed to ensuring nobody took her seriously until the moment it was too late, and a collection of others who Harry assessed and filed and would update with time, and Sirius Black. Harry had not met Sirius Black before this meeting. He had read the extensive file, covering the wrongful imprisonment, the escape, the eventual exoneration, the specific tragedy of a man who had been placed in a box for 12 years and had never quite finished climbing out of it. He had read it and formed an assessment, and held the assessment lightly, as he held all assessments pending direct observation. What direct observation told him was that Sirius Black was in pain in the specific way of someone who had been loving Harry's parents for 30 years, and had spent the last 15 of them in a sequence of griefs that had no clean resolution. First the loss of them, then the prison, then the exoneration that came too late to give him back what the prison had taken, and now this house, which was the house he'd grown up in and had spent his entire adult life trying not to be the product of, and which he was now living in because there was nowhere else to go. He looked at Harry across the table with an expression that was complicated and raw and insufficiently armored, and Harry looked back at him with the steady neutrality of someone who was not going to perform a feeling he hadn't had time to verify yet. "You look like James," Sirius said. "I've been told," Harry said, a pause. Something moved through Sirius's face that was too fast and too large to parse in the moment. "You're nothing like what I expected," Sirius said, not accusatory, almost wondering. "What did you expect?" Sirius looked at Dumbledore briefly. "Something younger." He said, "Something more," he paused. "I don't know, less finished." "I had good teachers," Harry said. Across the table, Dean looked at his coffee and said nothing, which was the most eloquent thing Harry had ever seen him not say. The working relationship between the Order and the Winchester team took 3 meetings to calibrate and another month to become genuinely functional. And the friction in the calibration process was almost entirely philosophical rather than personal. The Order's doctrine was reactive. They responded to Voldemort's movements. They protected targets. They extracted people from danger. They were, in the language Harry had been raised in, a defensive perimeter operation, good at holding ground, experienced at doing it, committed to minimizing collateral damage in a system of rules they understood. The Winchester doctrine was different. "You're waiting for him to move," Dean said in the 3rd meeting with the directness of someone who had been patient about this for 2 meetings and was done. "That's not a strategy, that's a position. Positions get overrun." "We're protecting people," Moody said. His magical eye swiveled to Dean with an attention that was not hostile, but was absolutely evaluating. "Which is what you do when the enemy has more firepower and is willing to use it on civilians. You protect people by removing the threat," Dean said. "You don't protect people by building a better wall. You find the thing and you finish it." "The thing," Moody said, "is Lord Voldemort. We've been trying to find him and finish him for 30 years. "I know," Dean said. "And in 30 years you've lost ground every time because you've been fighting on his terms on his turf using his framework. He's a dark wizard in a world built around wizarding rules. You're playing the game he built." He leaned forward. "We're not playing that game." A silence around the table. Dumbledore, at the table's head, had been watching this exchange with the expression Harry had come to associate with Dumbledore thinking 3 moves ahead. "What game are you playing?" Kingsley asked. His voice was neutral and genuinely curious. Sam put a file on the table. It was the operational document he and Harry had built over the summer, a complete reconceptualization of the Voldemort problem from first principles, starting not from wizarding law and wizarding precedent, but from the taxonomy the men of letters had been building for 200 years. Tom Riddle is a disembodied high-intellect spirit that has successfully achieved full re-embodiment, Sam said. He has been categorized by every wizarding intelligence assessment as uniquely powerful and uniquely dangerous within the magical framework. Outside the magical framework, he is a high-level threat entity with 7 soul anchors, 3 of which we have destroyed, and a command network built around a binding ritual. He paused. He has no countermeasures for anything outside his framework. He has spent 70 years developing the most sophisticated offense and defense in wizarding history, and he has never once been challenged by anything that wasn't inside that history with him. Another silence. Longer, Moody said. You're going to come at him sideways? We're going to come at him from a direction he doesn't have a name for, Harry said. Which means he can't prepare for it. Which means every tactical advantage he has, and he has significant ones, is negated the moment we move outside the system he's built his defense within. Moody looked at him for a long moment. The magical eye did something Harry couldn't fully interpret. All right, Moody said. Show me the tactical document. The intelligence architecture Hermione built over the following year was the most impressive piece of operational infrastructure Harry had ever worked inside. She had, in the 2 years since Harry had given her the partial operational briefing in the Chamber of Secrets, been building toward this without Harry having specifically asked her to, because that was how Hermione worked. She saw the system, and she saw what the system needed, and she built it. By the time Voldemort's return was public, and the Order needed an intelligence function that went beyond what the Ministry, which was compromised in ways that were becoming clearer by the month, could provide, Hermione had a network. Not the Order's informal network, which was good but analog and slow. A structured intelligence system. A tiered hierarchy of sources ranging from direct Order operatives to second-hand contacts to passive collection from the wizarding wireless and press. A codified communication protocol that she had designed herself, drawing on both wizarding communication methods and the Muggle encrypted communication tools she'd grown up adjacent to through her parents. A physical dead drop system in 12 locations across Britain and 2 on the continent. She ran all of it with the same systematic rigor she brought to everything, and she managed it with a smoothness that made it look smaller than it was. And Harry watched her do it with the specific appreciation of someone who understood what it cost to build something that functional, and how rarely people built things that functional, and didn't make it the center of every room they walked into. She also terrified most of the Order, which Harry found entertaining and Hermione found irrelevant. "Dawlish," she said one evening at Grimmauld Place, setting a file on the table with a precision that communicated something specific about her feelings regarding the contents. "Ministry aura. He's been feeding Voldemort's network information on Order safe house locations. I have 3 corroborating sources and a pattern analysis going back 8 months." A silence. "Are you sure?" Kingsley said. "I'm always sure when I say I'm sure," Hermione said. "When I'm not sure, I say I have a working hypothesis." Kingsley looked at the file. "Right," he said. Dawlish was handled quietly and with minimal institutional disruption, which was Kingsley's area of expertise, and which he managed with the professionalism of someone who had been navigating the distinction between what the law said and what was necessary for a long time. Ron was the one who understood the wizarding cultural terrain, the way Harry never quite did. Harry had acknowledged this early and had structured it into the operational architecture accordingly, which was the part of leadership he had absorbed most naturally from Dean. Not the tactical decision-making, which he could do, but the understanding that leadership meant putting the right person in the right function, which required honest assessment of what each person could do that you couldn't. What Ron could do was read the wizarding world the way native speakers read language. Not by translating, not by applying rules, but by feel, by the accumulated fluency of growing up inside a thing. He knew which pure-blood families had the social architecture to be flipped, who had Death Eater connections they wore publicly, and who had them they were ashamed of, who was ideologically committed and who had been pressured in. He knew the Ministry's internal political geography, in a way that had nothing to do with his father's specific job, and everything to do with having grown up around the edges of institutional wizarding life for his entire childhood. He built the contact map. Not the intelligence map, that was Hermione's, but the relationship map, the one that told you which door to knock on and what to say when it opened. He did it over 6 months with the instinctive thoroughness of someone who did not experience this as work, because it was simply the application of knowing things he'd always known. Harry told him it was the most valuable piece of infrastructure in the operation, which was true. Ron looked at him with the expression he made when he suspected he was being managed and then decided not to care. "Just don't put me in a room with Snape again," Ron said. "That's all I ask." Snape! Harry had been updating his assessment of Snape for 5 years by the time Voldemort came back, and by the time Voldemort's embodiment was confirmed. And Snape's position at Hogwarts was clearly serving a dual function: legitimate faculty member, active intelligence source for both sides of the conflict, running a game of such complexity that Harry genuinely could not determine its full parameters. Harry's assessment had arrived somewhere specific. Snape was the most important intelligence asset in the war, not the most pleasant, not the most cooperative, not the one Harry would have chosen if the choice were available, but the one who was irreplaceable, because Snape had access to the inside of Voldemort's operational circle in a way that no one else did. And he had maintained that access for 15 years through a combination of genuine dark magic credibility that was not performed, personal history with Voldemort's movement that was not fabricated, and a commitment to his double-agent function that came from a source Harry had taken 2 years to identify correctly. The source was not Dumbledore. Harry had initially assumed the loyalty ran to Dumbledore and had built his assessment on that foundation and found it unstable, found it didn't explain the specific emotional signature of what Snape did in the moments when he didn't know he was being observed. The loyalty ran to Lily Potter. Harry had figured this out in his 5th year. He had spent one evening with the implication of it and then put it in the file and not discussed it with anyone because it was not operationally necessary to discuss, and because some things were private in a way that transcended their tactical value. What he did do was make sure that Snape's cover was never compromised by anything coming from his side of the operation. He issued standing instructions to the full team. Nothing that could reach Death Eater intelligence that might narrow the field towards Snape. Nothing that demonstrated advanced knowledge of information only Snape could have provided. He covered the tracks personally and methodically because the asset was too valuable to lose to a careless exposure. Snape, for his part, was almost certainly aware that Harry was running this protection. He never acknowledged it. He continued to be professionally unpleasant to Harry in ways that were consistent with a 5-year public record and therefore useful to the cover. And Harry continued to receive it with the equanimity of someone who understood the purpose of it. Once, in the corridor outside the potions classroom in Harry's 6th year, Snape had stopped beside him and said, quietly and without preamble, "Do not attempt to access the Department of Mysteries alone. Whatever the entity is broadcasting to you through the soul mark, treat it as disinformation." He had walked away before Harry could respond. Harry had stood in the corridor for a moment and then updated the file. The Department of Mysteries warning saved 6 people's lives or prevented a specific tactical disaster. Harry was never completely certain which, because you could never fully map the counterfactual. What he was certain of was that the warning came from inside Voldemort's planning process, and that acting on it rather than against it was the correct call, which he had to argue for with considerable force against Dean's instinct that any information coming through Snape should be inverted on principle. "He's told us 12 pieces of accurate intelligence in 18 months, Harry said. "He could be building trust before he burns you," Dean said. "He could, but the behavioral profile doesn't support it." Harry paused. "Dean, I know what he is. I've been reading him for 5 years. He's not burning us." Dean was quiet for a moment. "Then you're sure?" I'm sure. Another pause. Okay, Dean said. Okay. Bellatrix Lestrange was the problem that had no clean solution. Harry had identified this early, not from the intelligence files, which were comprehensive on her history and her capabilities, but from direct observation across the war's escalating engagements. Bellatrix was not a rational actor within any framework Harry had tools for. She was not ideologically committed to Voldemort's movement in the way that produced predictable behavior, was not operating from a calculus of personal gain that could be mapped, was not even following the specific internal logic of fanaticism, which at least had rules. She was devoted. Completely, structurally, at a level below conscious choice. The Men of Letters archive had a classification for this. Bobby had found it in a 1940s German operatives field report. The specific psychology that developed in a person who had been exposed to a sufficiently powerful dark entity during a formative period, and had reorganized themselves around that exposure. It was documented as something that resembled demonic influence without being technically demonic. The entity's proximity reordered the person's value system, and the reordered system calcified over time into something that could not be reasoned with because reason was no longer the operating mechanism. Sam had a term for it. He called it devotional capture. She can't be flipped, Sam said, at the operational planning table, reviewing the intelligence on Bellatrix's behavioral pattern. She can't be reasoned with, can't be negotiated with, can't be scared. She's not doing this because she wants something she can be offered a better version of. She's doing it because she's been reordered around doing it. So we plan around her, Harry said. We don't try to engage her directly unless we control every variable in the engagement. We don't try to outsmart her because smart isn't her operating system. We contain and we wait. For what? Dean said. For an engagement on our terms, Harry said. Controlled environment, prepared space. When I can choose the room, I'll handle Bellatrix. He meant this. He filed it and held it and built the plan for it incrementally over time because the plan required a specific setting, and that setting required the right moment, and the right moment was not now. Now was other work. Now was the ministry. The ministry fell in Harry's 6th year. Not dramatically, not in a single event. That was not how institutions fell. They fell through accumulated pressure applied to structural weaknesses, through the slow replacement of people who would resist with people who wouldn't, through the specific mechanism of institutional inertia that made it easier to accommodate an encroaching force than to resist it. The wizarding Ministry of Magic had been weakening along these lines for 2 years before the formal fall, and Harry had been watching the weakening through Hermione's intelligence system with the focused attention of someone monitoring a building for collapse. When it fell, they were ready. The transition from above-ground resistance to underground operation was something Harry had planned for in draft since the end of his 5th year, a contingency document that lived in the operational archive and that he had updated quarterly based on current intelligence. The plan covered communication protocols for a compromised ministry, safe house network activation, the prioritization of intelligence assets for protection, and the operational posture of an active resistance movement operating without institutional support in hostile territory. Hermione's network went underground in a single coordinated movement over 36 hours. Ron activated the relationship map contacts he'd been building for a year, the people in pure-blood families who had Death Eater connections they didn't want, who were looking for an exit they couldn't find publicly. 23 families. 17 safe house locations. Dean coordinated the physical infrastructure with Moody, which was a partnership that worked exactly as well as 2 people with identical operational philosophies. And completely different communication styles could be expected to work, which was excellently on the ground and exhaustingly in the planning meetings. Harry ran the center. He had not expected to find this natural, the coordination function, the management of multiple moving parts, the decision-making under conditions of incomplete information. He had expected it to feel like an imposition on the parts of the work he was actually built for, which were the direct operational functions, the field work, the lore and the tactics, and the physical execution of a job. What he found instead was that the center was exactly where Bobby had always been, and that he had been watching Bobby run the center since he was old enough to understand what Bobby was doing, which was long enough to have absorbed it in the way you absorbed the things that were demonstrated rather than taught. He ran the center the way Bobby ran the center, with complete information, distributed decision authority, and the specific quality of stillness that communicated to people around him that things were manageable even when they were not currently managed. He was 16 and then 17, and the war was everywhere, and the ministry was hostile territory, and the Horcrux hunt was in its middle stages, and every day was a new tactical problem. He did not sleep enough. He ate because Dean called twice a day, and one of the questions Dean always asked was whether he had eaten. And lying to Dean about this had never worked, and he had stopped trying. He ran the center, and the resistance held, and the work continued. Snape died on a Tuesday in March. Harry was not in the room when it happened. He had the full account from 3 sources afterward, was able to reconstruct the sequence with reasonable confidence. Voldemort had determined that the Elder Wand's full power required the death of its previous master, which was a magical theory Harry had been tracking for 6 months, and which he had flagged to the full team as a potential threat vector against Snape. Because Dumbledore had died in possession of the Elder Wand, and Snape had been the instrument of Dumbledore's death, and Voldemort's logic would eventually arrive at the same conclusion. He had tried to move the timeline. He had the intelligence from Snape's last communication and had pushed for an extraction, a cover story, a faked death, a way to get Snape out before Voldemort arrived at the logical conclusion. Dumbledore, whose death had been staged as part of the long game Snape and he had been running for years, had also tried to build an exit. It hadn't worked. The timeline had closed too fast. Harry received the confirmed intelligence on a Tuesday, and sat with it for approximately an hour in the operational room at the current primary safe house, which was a farmhouse in the Scottish Highlands that had been warded to a degree that made it essentially invisible to magical tracking, and did not discuss it with anyone for that hour. What he thought about during that hour was not the tactical loss, and it was a significant tactical loss, the most significant of the war, the loss of the only penetration agent inside Voldemort's inner circle. He thought about Snape in the corridor, saying, "Do not attempt to access the Department of Mysteries," in the quiet voice of someone who had spent 15 years making choices that had no good options, and was going to keep making them until the choices ran out. He thought about the file. The long game Snape had been running since before Harry was born, the thing underneath all the professional unpleasantness, the thing that ran to Lily Potter and not to Dumbledore, and that Harry had identified in his 5th year and filed under private. He thought about Dean's voice saying, "You're sure," and Harry saying, "I'm sure," and both of them meaning different things by it. Dean meaning, "Are you sure about the tactical assessment?" and Harry meaning, "I'm sure about who he is." After an hour, he went back to the work. He told the team. He updated the operational files. He closed the penetration function and reallocated the intelligence-gathering capacity to the secondary network channels Hermione had built for exactly this contingency. He did not say everything he had thought during that hour. Some things were not for the file. Some things were just for the 4 seconds. By the time they were approaching the final stage of the Horcrux hunt, the cup still in Gringotts, the diadem located by Hermione's research to the room of requirements' hidden storage space within Hogwarts, the snake mobile with Voldemort, and the last one that nobody was saying out loud yet. The resistance had been running for 2 years, and the war had killed people they knew, not the people closest to them. Not Ron, not Hermione, not any of the inner operational circle, but people they knew, names Harry knew from Hermione's intelligence files and Ron's relationship map. People who had provided safe house space or information, or just been in the wrong place at a moment when the war's reach extended further than its previous perimeter. Fred Weasley. Harry had known Fred since the train in first year. Fred had been running a supply logistics function for the Resistance out of the family joke shop. A genuinely brilliant piece of operational cover, using a business with legitimate reason to move product across the country as a distribution network for Resistance materials. Fred had been good at it and funny about it and completely committed to it in the way of someone who had decided they were in and was not interested in revisiting the decision. Fred had died in December. Ron had not come to the operational table for 3 days. Harry had not pushed. On the 4th day, Ron had come back and taken his chair and opened his files, and Harry had not said anything because there was nothing to say, because there was only the work and the people around the table and the fact of continuing. They had all lost people. The war had taken people from all of them. This was what wars did. Harry kept the list. He kept it the way Bobby kept the file, not as weight, not as wound, but as data that informed the operational urgency, as the specific human cost that justified the means they were using and reminded him, when the means required something that his training's ethics found expensive, why the cost was worth paying. The list was why the work continued. The work was why the list would eventually stop growing. Bobby Singer's log, January 1998. HP 001 Addendum. War status. Hogwarts accessible through Resistance Network. Primary Horcrux targets identified and operationally accessible. Penetration asset lost. Ministry hostile. The Winchester team is operational and intact. Cup, Gringotts Vault. Diadem, Hogwarts Room of Requirement, Snake, Mobile, and then the last one, the one that's not in the file yet because nobody wants to write it down. I'm going to have to write it down soon. Sam already knows. I can tell from the way he's not saying it. Harry knows too. I can tell from the way he's been looking at his scar. God help us. File remains open. You said. Next chapter, May 16. Claude responded. Chapter 6. The Last Horcrux, Chapter 6. The Last Horcrux Sam called at 3 in the morning on a Wednesday in February, which was not unusual. The Resistance operated on a schedule that had no particular relationship to daylight, and 3 a.m. calls had been the texture of Harry's life, since before he could remember. What was unusual was that Sam's voice, when Harry picked up, had the specific flatness of someone who had arrived at a conclusion they had been building toward for a long time and had been hoping, against the evidence, would not arrive. Harry, Sam said. Yeah, a pause. 3 seconds, which was 1 second longer than Dean's 2-second operational reset, and which, in Sam's case, meant something different, not the shift from civilian to operational, but the specific weight of someone choosing words with the care of a man who understood that some sentences, once said, could not be unsaid. I need you to come to Bobby's, Sam said. Tonight. Don't tell anyone where you're going, just come. Harry was already sitting up. He had been asleep, genuinely asleep, one of the 3 or 4 hours he managed most nights, and the room around him was the farmhouse dark, the specific quality of rural Scottish dark that had no ambient light in it at all. How bad? Harry said, another pause, shorter. Come to Bobby's, Sam said. He told Hermione he was going for a supply run and would be back by morning, which was not a lie she believed, but was a lie she accepted, which was a distinction in their relationship that had developed over 2 years of working together in conditions that required a high tolerance for partial information. She looked at him across the kitchen table with the expression she used when she was filing something for later and said, Be careful, always, Harry said. She looked at him. I know, he said, I know. He went through 3 apparition points, a precaution that had become automatic, the way all the precautions had become automatic, because the war had a long reach and you did not move between locations without breaking the trail, and arrived at Bobby's salvage yard at 4:47 in the morning, American time. The lights in the library were on. They were always on when something was happening. Bobby's library lights were the specific tell of this family in the way that other families had tells of grief or celebration. And Harry had been reading that light his entire life. Lit up meant something was being worked on. And the nature of what was being worked on was visible in which lights specifically, which windows, whether the kitchen light was on alongside the library or whether the library was alone. The library alone meant serious. He went through the back door without knocking, which was how he always entered Bobby's house and which Bobby had never commented on, and he went down the hall to the library and pushed the door open. Sam was at the central table. Bobby was in his chair by the east shelves. Dean was standing at the window with his back to the room, which was the position he took when he needed to be present for something and was not yet ready to look at it directly. The table had documents on it, a lot of documents. Harry recognized his own case file, the physical copy, the original, which Bobby kept in a locked cabinet in the library, and which was the master document of 12 years of intelligence and analysis. Around it, Sam's research notes, Bobby's annotated archive pages, and in the center, placed with the specific deliberateness of something that had been put there after a long time of not being put anywhere, a single handwritten page in Sam's careful script. Harry looked at the page. He looked at it for a long time, then he sat down. "How long have you known?" he said. 2 months, Sam said. "I wanted to be certain before," he stopped. "I ran the analysis 6 times, Harry. I wanted it to be wrong." "It's not wrong," Harry said. "No." The handwritten page was Sam's final analysis of the Horcrux structure, the complete mapping of all 7 soul tether objects, their locations, their destruction status, and the mechanism by which the 7th and final soul fragment had come to exist. The mechanism was Godric's Hollow. The night the killing curse had rebounded, the force of the rebound, of a soul so vast and so dark hitting the protection of Lily Potter's sacrifice, had shattered Tom Riddle's soul beyond the 7 intentional fragments he had created. An 8th piece had broken off, a splinter. Unintentional, unplanned, the accidental consequence of a catastrophic magical event that Tom Riddle himself had not foreseen. It had gone into the only living thing in the room. Harry touched his scar without meaning to. The low-level frequency of it was steady against his fingertip, the familiar compass needle weight of it, the thing that had been part of him since before he could remember anything else. Since before the Impala. Since before Dean and Sam and Bobby and the library and all the accumulated architecture of who he was. Before all of that, there had been this. The destruction protocol, Harry said. His voice was level. He had not decided to make it level. It simply was, which was either a testament to his training or to the fact that some part of him had known this was coming and had been quietly preparing for it for longer than he'd been willing to name. "That's why I called," Sam said. Bobby said nothing. He was looking at Harry with the expression he used when he was feeling things that were not going to be expressed as feelings, but were going to be expressed as action, as the specific devotion of a man who showed love through solving problems. Dean had turned from the window. Harry looked at him. Dean's face was doing the thing it did when it was feeling things too large for the architecture of his expression, the jaw tight, the eyes very present, the specific quality of a man who had been carrying something for a long time and had not put it down. "No," Dean said. "Dean?" "I said no." Not loud, the quietest no Harry had ever heard him say, which made it the most absolute. "It's not." Harry started again. "It's not a death sentence, it's a problem with a solution. I need you to listen to the solution." "I've been listening," Dean said. "Sam called me 2 months ago. I've been listening to the solution for 2 months, and it still starts with you dying, and I'm still saying no." The room was very quiet. Harry looked at Dean for a moment. Really looked, with the full attention he normally distributed across a room's worth of tactical variables. And saw, with the clarity of someone who had been learning this particular person his entire life, that Dean was not refusing the logic. Dean was refusing the cost. And the distinction mattered, because refusing the logic was a tactical error that could be argued with, and refusing the cost was something else entirely, something that could not be argued with and should not be, because it was the specific grief of someone who loved you telling you in the only language it had that it could not do this without knowing there was a way back. "There's a way back," Harry said. Dean's jaw tightened. "There's a documented way back," Harry said. "Sam found it. Let him explain it." A long silence. Dean looked at Sam. Sam put a second document on the table. The Men of Letters archive had, in its 1927 collection of field reports from an operative named Josiah Carver, a single account of a procedure that Carver had designated the mortis intercedier, the intervening death. A controlled clinical death, sustained for a precise window and then reversed, designed to sever a supernatural connection that could not be severed in any other way. Carver had used it on himself. He had been working a case involving a demonic contract, a binding of a specific and unusual type that attached to the contractor's soul, and could not be exorcised, extricated, or circumvented by any conventional means. The contract was killing him slowly, the demonic energy within it consuming the edges of his soul the way rot consumed wood, and the only mechanism by which the contract could be voided was the clinical death of the contracted party. Death dissolved the contract. The question was what happened to the person after the death. Carver had been a Men of Letters operative in the specific tradition of people who ran experiments on themselves when the research required it, which was both admirable and alarming. He had designed the procedure, documented it in full technical detail, and then executed it with a colleague as his anchor. He had died for 6 minutes. He had come back. The soul, he wrote in his post-procedure field report, in the pragmatic tone of a man who had just returned from clinical death, and was treating this primarily as a data collection opportunity, does not simply vacate the body during clinical death. It attenuates, it becomes thinner, more diffuse, spread between the body and whatever lies beyond the clinical threshold. In this attenuated state, a bound element, a contracted fragment, a tethered presence, a parasitic soul splinter loses its grip. The anchoring mechanism of a parasitic element requires the host soul to be fully present and fully embodied. When the host soul attenuates, the parasitic element cannot maintain purchase. It let go, Carver wrote. Very simple. It let go. The critical variable was the anchor. A soul attenuating toward clinical death required something to pull it back, a binding of sufficient strength to prevent the attenuation from becoming permanent. In Carver's case, the binding had been a blood anchor performed by his colleague, a direct blood connection between the dying person, and the anchor created a tether that the soul followed back to full embodiment when the clinical death was reversed. Sam had read this report in December. He had spent 2 months cross-referencing it against every piece of soul mechanism documentation in Bobby's archive. He had contacted 3 Men of Letters scholars through the remaining contact network and requested their technical assessment of the procedure's current viability. He had read Lily Potter's sacrifice documentation. The original Bobby had compiled from the residual magical signature in the Godric's Hollow nursery, 16 times, looking for the specific element that would make the difference. He had found it in the 17th reading. Lily Potter's sacrificial protection had done more than create a magical shield around Harry. It had performed a binding, a deep structural binding between Harry's soul and the specific love magic of the sacrifice, which was now part of the architecture of who Harry was at a level below wand magic, below hunter training, below every layer of acquired identity. It was the oldest thing in him. It was also, Sam had concluded, the most powerful soul anchor he had ever encountered in any documentation anywhere. The parasitic element, the Horcrux fragment in the scar, it needs you fully present. Sam said, his voice steady and technical in the way it went when he was covering ground he'd prepared thoroughly. If you attenuate to clinical death, it loses purchase. It will be ejected. The protective binding your mother's sacrifice created will prevent the attenuation from going permanent. It's a soul anchor of extraordinary strength. You will come back. He paused. The fragment won't. Silence, Bobby said from his chair. The binding needs an external anchor too. The blood connection Carver used. Yeah, Sam said. One of us, whoever is running the reversal protocol, acts as the external anchor. Blood connection, a direct binding. It gives the soul a second anchor, a living one, to follow back. Harry looked at Dean. Dean was looking at the table. The clinical death window is 4 minutes, Sam said. Based on Carver's procedure and Bobby's calculations of the fragment's tether strength, 4 minutes is sufficient for ejection. 5 minutes introduces risk to the reversal. 3 minutes may be insufficient for full ejection. It needs to be exactly 4. And you're certain, Harry said, not a question. He was reading Sam's face. As certain as I have ever been about anything, Sam said. And I've been wrong before, and I know I've been wrong before, and I built that into the 6 analyses. The uncertainty margin is... He stopped, looked at Harry. It's within acceptable parameters for an operation with no alternative. A long silence. Who's the anchor? Harry said. Me, Dean said. He had not moved from the window. He had not looked up from the table. Dean, Sam started. It's me, Dean said. Don't argue with me on this one. I'm not arguing about this. Sam looked at Harry. Harry looked at Dean. He had a list of tactical reasons why Sam was a better choice. Sam was the researcher. Sam had the procedure memorized. Sam's technical fluency with the reversal protocol made him the more reliable operator. He had all of these arguments ready. He did not make them. Okay, Harry said. Dean looked up. Okay, Harry said again. You're the anchor. They spent 3 days preparing. Bobby ran the procedure documentation against every relevant archive source and found no contraindications. Sam built the ritual space in Bobby's workshop, a room that had been used for significant supernatural work many times, that had the accumulated warding of 20 years of Bobby Singer's protective sigil work embedded in its walls and floor. He laid the extended circle. Iron filings for the outer perimeter, salt for the inner, the blood anchor sigil drawn in the center in a specific compound Bobby had formulated from 3 different warding traditions. The sigil was the most important element. It was the mechanism by which Dean would function as the external anchor, a direct sympathetic connection between Dean's living soul and Harry's attenuating one. A line that would remain unbroken through the clinical death window and would function as a guide back. Sam walked Harry through the procedure 3 times in full technical detail, the way he'd walked Harry through every significant operation since Harry was old enough to follow technical detail. He did not soften any part of it. Harry did not ask him to. Your consciousness will be present through approximately the first 90 seconds, Sam said. You'll be aware of the transition. After 90 seconds, you'll lose subjective experience. The 4-minute window will pass without your awareness. The reversal will bring you back. You'll experience it as a gap, like interrupted sleep. He paused. There may be some peripheral awareness of the fragment's ejection. It may not be pleasant. Define not pleasant, Harry said. I don't know exactly. Carver described the sensation of the contract voiding as, Sam checked his notes, a tearing of something that had become structural. He said it was brief, and then it was over. Harry thought about the scar, the familiar weight of it, the compass needle quality that had been part of every piece of self-knowledge he had. He thought about what it was going to feel like to have a piece of himself that had always been there be removed, even if the piece was not his, even if it had never been his. Okay, he said. On the 2nd day of preparation, he wrote 3 letters, one to Ron, one to Hermione, one addressed simply to Bobby and Dean and Sam that he wrote in a single draft without revision and sealed and gave to Bobby, who took it without comment and put it in the fireproof box in the library where the original case file lived. Just in case, Harry said. Bobby looked at the sealed letter. It's not just in case, Bobby said. It's not, Harry agreed, but it helps to have written it. Bobby put it in the box. On the 3rd day, Dean found him in the salvage yard. Harry was sitting on the hood of the Impala, his habitual spot, the place he had occupied on the hood of this car at every interval of his life when he needed to think clearly, and the library was too internal, and the workshop was too active. The salvage yard was cold in February, the South Dakota cold that had a specific mineral quality, and the sky above it was the flat winter gray of a sky that was finished with drama. Dean sat beside him. They were quiet for a while. The yard was quiet too, the salvage yard quiet that was its own particular quality, the layered silence of machines in various stages of ending. "I need you to know something," Dean said. Harry waited. "I need you to know that when I picked you up in that nursery," Dean stopped. Started again, in the way he started things that he had been not saying for a long time and had decided to finally say without preamble, without the buffer of humor or deflection. "I didn't know what I was doing. I was 22 years old and I picked up a baby that nobody else was going to pick up, and I put him in the back of my car because there was nothing else to do, and I drove away." He paused. "I didn't know it was going to be like this." Harry looked at the gray sky. "Like what?" he said. "Like—" Dean made a gesture that was not specific to anything. "Like this, like all of it." He stopped again. "Like you." The yard was very quiet. "I know," Harry said. "I need you to know that whatever happens in that room—" "Dean, let me finish." Harry let him finish. "Whatever happens in that room," Dean said, "I need you to know that the best thing I've ever done is what I did that night, picking you up, taking you with us." His voice had the quality of something being said past a significant resistance. "Not because of this, not because of the job or the hunt or any of that, just because—" He stopped, looked out at the yard. "Just because it was you." Harry looked at the Impala's hood under his hands, the familiar metal of it, the specific temperature of it in cold weather. He had been sitting on the hood of this car his entire life. He had been carried in the back seat of this car since before he could remember carrying. "I know," Harry said. "I've always known." Dean nodded, did not say anything else. They sat on the hood of the Impala for another hour in the February cold and said very little, and it was sufficient, and it was everything. The procedure was on a Thursday night. Bobby had set the workshop at 9 p.m. The timing was Sam's calculation, the optimal window based on the soul fragment's residual activity patterns that Harry's scar produced across a given day. The lowest activity point being late evening, when Harry's own consciousness was moving toward rest, and the fragment was correspondingly less active. Harry lay in the center of the prepared circle. The salt and iron around him had been laid with Bobby's meticulous precision. The blood anchor sigil drawn in the compound Bobby had spent the second day formulating. And the room smelled of the specific combination of materials that Harry had associated his entire life with serious work. The sharp chemical note of the protective compound, the mineral weight of iron, the particular nothing smell of salt that was its own kind of presence. Sam was at the perimeter. He had the reversal protocol in his hands, not as notes, he had it memorized, but the physical documentation was present as a backup. He had 2 timers running, synchronized. He had the medical equipment for the reversal, not magical, not arcane, simply the clinical tools of a man who had learned field medicine from Dean and had extended his knowledge significantly beyond Dean's baseline. Dean was beside Harry. The blood anchor was the last preparation. Bobby had opened a small cut on Harry's left palm and on Dean's right, and they were joined by a specific binding cloth that Sam had prepared, not touching directly, mediated by the cloth, which was the mechanism of the sympathetic connection. The cloth would maintain the connection through the clinical death window in a way direct contact could not. Harry looked up at the workshop ceiling. The ceiling had Bobby's protective sigils carved into it, older marks, the ones he'd put in when he'd first made the room and had been adding to ever since. Harry knew all of them. He had catalogued them at age 9 as a reading exercise. He was 17 years old. He thought about the mirror of Arized, the Impala, doors open, waiting. "Ready," Sam said. Harry took a breath. "Yeah," he said. Sam began the Latin. It was not the exorcism rite. Harry knew the exorcism rite in his sleep, would have recognized it without thinking. This was something older and more precise. A sequence from Carver's 1927 documentation that Sam had reconstructed and verified and spoken, aloud 12 times in preparation. The words had the specific quality of men of letters Latin, which was different from the ecclesiastical Latin of the standard exorcism rite, denser, more technical, more concerned with mechanism than with authority. Harry felt it begin. It was not painful. This had been the thing he'd been most uncertain about, not afraid. He had assessed his fear and found it manageable, but uncertain about the mechanism of it, about what clinical death felt like from the inside. What it felt like in the first 30 seconds was a progressive loosening, a reduction in the pressure of being present. The weight of embodiment, which was something you only noticed when it began to ease, lifting degree by degree from the edges of consciousness inward. He was aware of Dean beside him, the warmth of Dean's presence even without direct contact, the blood anchor connection a felt thing, a line running from the center of what he was to the center of Dean's living, present, unmoving solidity. The scar began to change. He had felt it changing since he lay down in the circle, but now the change had acceleration, the fragment within it responding to the attenuation of Harry's soul, the presence of something foreign becoming apparent in the way a piece of grit in the eye was not apparent until you looked for it. He felt its edges for the first time, the piece of Tom Riddle that had been in his scar since October 31st, 1981. The thing that was not his and had never been his and had been sitting in him regardless, all his life, a passenger. He felt it begin to lose its purchase. A tearing of something that had become structural. Carver had been accurate. The fragment came away from the architecture of him the way something long embedded was extracted, not cleanly, not painlessly, but with the specific sensation of something that had grown into the surrounding structure being removed from it. It was brief. It was the longest brief thing he had ever experienced, and then it was gone. The space it left was, he didn't have a word for it. He had a lot of words in 3 languages and 2 occult taxonomies, and none of them were for this. The space where the fragment had been was not absence. It was not emptiness, not a wound. It was more like the feeling of a room that had had a piece of furniture in it for so long that you had stopped seeing the furniture and had built your understanding of the room's shape around it. And then the furniture was gone, and the room was briefly more itself than it had been before. Then the 90 seconds ran out, and his consciousness went. He was not there for the 4 minutes. He came back to Dean's voice. Not words at first, just the specific timbre of it, low and even, the voice Dean used when he was talking to someone he needed to come back, and was going to keep talking for as long as it took. Harry had heard this voice directed at Sam twice, at Bobby once, and had always catalogued it as the clearest evidence he had that Dean Winchester loved people in a way that had no bottom to it. He lay on the workshop floor and breathed. "Hey," Dean said. "Hey, there you are." Harry opened his eyes. The ceiling, Bobby's sigils, the specific light of the workshop at night. "Did it work?" he said. His voice was rough, which was expected. The clinical death protocol had biological effects on the vocal cords per Carver's documentation. "Yeah," Dean said. Harry lay still for a moment. He ran an internal check, the thing he did at the beginning of every morning, reading his own state the way he read a room's, looking for what was present and what was absent. The scar was quiet. Not the dormant quiet it had always been, the low-frequency compass needle presence that had been his baseline state since birth. Quiet in a way that had no previous analog, silent in the specific way of a frequency that was no longer running. He pressed his left wrist against his forehead and felt the rune beneath the sleeve and felt the scar above it, and the scar was just a scar. Tissue, history, nothing active within it. "Gone. Gone," he said. "Gone," Sam confirmed from the perimeter. Sam's voice had the quality of someone who had been very frightened and was now very carefully not showing how frightened he had been, which was Sam's specific version of relief. Harry sat up slowly. The room resolved around him, Bobby in his chair at the edge of the circle, watching with an expression that was gruff and ferociously present. Sam at the perimeter with the protocol document still in his hands, both timers showing 4 minutes 12 seconds. Dean beside him, still holding the bound connection cloth, looking at Harry with an expression that had no secondary layer to it at all. Dean reached out and put his hand on the back of Harry's neck for a moment, brief, firm, the specific contact of someone who needed to verify physical presence, and then let go. "You need to eat something," Dean said. His voice was slightly rougher than normal. "I've been clinically dead for 4 minutes," Harry said. 12, Sam said. 4 minutes 12 seconds, which is within the safe window, I want to be clear. "I've been clinically dead for 4 minutes 12 seconds, Harry said. "And you're first, you should eat something," Bobby said from his chair. Harry looked at the three of them. "Okay," he said. "Okay." The implications of the procedure's success took the rest of the night to fully map. They sat around Bobby's kitchen table, the four of them in their places, the way they had sat around this table for every significant decision Harry's life had produced. And Sam walked through the tactical picture with his characteristic thoroughness, while Harry ate 2 plates of whatever Bobby had made, which was eggs, and drank 3 cups of coffee, and felt the architecture of himself resolving into something that was entirely his own for the first time. Voldemort was mortal. Not in the sense he had been before the Horcruxes were destroyed. Before, he had been mortal in theory. Mortal if you could destroy all 7 anchors, and then find a way to permanently end the re-embodied entity. He was mortal now in the practical sense. All 7 fragments were gone, the 3 they had destroyed over the years. The ones still remaining, the cup, the diadem, the snake, were the final targets, and with the soul structure that sustained them now permanently fractured beyond any possibility of reconstruction. The objects themselves were the only barrier remaining. 3 objects. Then 1 man. 1 mortal man in a ruined body, with a borrowed wand and 60 years of accumulated dark magic skill, and a network of followers whose binding was fraying at the edges as Voldemort's hold over them weakened with each fragment they'd destroyed. 1 man who had spent his entire life inside one framework and had never in 60 years been forced to face anything from outside it. "He doesn't know yet," Harry said. "No," Sam said. "He'll feel the loss of the soul connection eventually. The scar link running both ways means the severance will register on his end. But not immediately. We have a window." "How long?" "Days, maybe a week. The severance has a delay on the entity's end. The soul structure is still running on the patterns it built before the fragments were removed. It takes time for the system to recognize its own absence." Harry looked at his coffee cup. "We need to move on the remaining 3, he said. "Gringotts first," Bobby said. "The cup's the hardest logistical problem. Bank security, vault access, the specific magical wards. Hermione's been building the Gringotts approach for 6 months, Harry said. "She has a plan. I've reviewed it twice. It's good." He paused. "The diadem is easier. It's in Hogwarts, in the room of requirement, buried in 7 years' worth of accumulated hidden objects. I know where to look." "And the snake," Dean said. "The snake stays with him," Harry said. "The snake is last, which means the snake is Hogwarts." He had thought this through. He had thought this through many times in many configurations, and each time the map resolved the same way. The final confrontation happened at Hogwarts. Voldemort would move on Hogwarts. It was his objective, the seat of the power he had opposed since he was a student within it, the symbolic and strategic target of the movement he had built. He would move on it when he felt ready, and the window between now and his readiness was exactly the window Harry needed to use. He was going to choose the terrain. He was going to be there first. "We need 4 weeks," he said. "For the cup and the diadem," Sam said. "For everything." Harry looked around the table. "The cup and the diadem and the preparation of the castle. I want to be inside Hogwarts before Voldemort makes his move. I want the terrain set on our terms before he arrives." He paused. "I need Dean and Sam inside, and Bobby on coordination from here." He looked at Bobby. Bobby looked back. "I can coordinate from here," Bobby said, in a tone that communicated exactly what he thought of not being in the field and exactly how little he was going to say about it. "You're the best coordinator in this operation," Harry said. "The coordination function is the most important function." "Don't manage me, boy," Bobby said. "I'm not managing you, I'm telling you the truth." Bobby picked up his coffee. "Then tell me the tactical plan for the castle," Harry told him. He talked for 40 minutes, with Sam supplementing on the intelligence gaps, and Dean asking the operational questions that only Dean asked, the close-range questions. The questions about what happened when the specific plan met a specific variable. The questions that tested the contingencies. Bobby listened and annotated and identified two gaps that Harry hadn't seen, which was the function Bobby performed and which Harry had been relying on his entire operational life. At the end of the 40 minutes, Bobby put down his pen. "It'll work," Bobby said. Coming from Bobby, this was the assessment of a man who did not say things he did not mean. Harry had heard Bobby say "it'll work" about 9 other operations across his life. He had been right 8 times. The 9th time, they had adapted and survived and closed the job anyway. He would take those odds. "Get some sleep," Dean said. "All of you, 4 hours minimum. We start in the morning." Harry looked at the kitchen. The familiar geography of it, the cabinet where Bobby kept the coffee, the window over the sink that looked out onto the salvage yard, the table they had sat around his entire life. He thought about the letter in the fireproof box in the library. "I need to get something," he said. He went to the library. He opened the fireproof box and took out the sealed letter and looked at it for a moment. The envelope was addressed in his own handwriting, Bobby and Dean and Sam, in the careful script of someone who had been writing something they hoped would never need to be read. He took the letter to the kitchen and put it on the table. "You don't need it," he said. Dean looked at the letter. Something in his face moved. "No," Dean said. "We don't." Harry went upstairs to the room that had always been his room at Bobby's, the one with the shelf of books he'd outgrown but never returned to the library because they were his books, the ones he'd read first, the ones that were the foundation of everything else. And he lay down on the bed and looked at the ceiling and thought about nothing in particular. The scar was quiet. He pressed his fingers to it in the dark. Just a scar. Just a mark on his forehead from a night he didn't remember. A night that had shaped everything he was, and everything he was going to do, and everything he had been building toward since he was old enough to know there was something to build toward. Just a scar. He was 17 years old, and the last Horcrux was gone, and there were 3 objects left, and 1 man left, and 4 weeks and a plan. He closed his eyes. Outside, the salvage yard was dark and cold and quiet, and the Impala sat in its place with the particular patient permanence of a car that had been carrying the Winchesters toward things for a very long time. Harry slept. Bobby Singer's log, February 1998, HP 001 Addendum. Procedure executed Thursday night. Morty's Intercedier Protocol, Carver 1927, adapted. Clinical death window 4 minutes 12 seconds. Ejection of soul fragment, confirmed. Soul integrity of subject, intact. External anchor function, Dean Winchester, performed without error. Harry Winchester woke up and asked if it worked and then ate 2 plates of eggs. That's who this kid is. That's who we raised. Remaining targets, Hufflepuff Cup, Rowanor Ravenclaw's Diadem, Nagini. Entity status, mortal unaware. We are 4 weeks from the end of this. God willing, file remains open. For the last time, I think. File remains open. Chapter 7, the last hunt they took Gringotts on a Tuesday. Hermione's plan for the bank had been in development for 7 months, and was, in Harry's assessment, the most technically sophisticated piece of operational planning he had encountered outside of Sam's research architecture, which was high praise. Because Sam's research architecture was the standard by which Harry measured all other planning. She had built it the way she built everything, from first principles, with comprehensive research, with contingencies layered inside contingencies, with a humility about her own gaps that was the mark of someone who understood the difference between knowing a subject and understanding its edges. The gap she had identified in her own plan was the interpersonal element. "I can map the physical architecture," she had said, 3 weeks before the operation, sitting across from Harry at the farmhouse table with her plan documents spread between them. I can map the wards, the security protocols, the vault access mechanisms, the goblin authentication procedures. I cannot map the social dynamics of a goblin institution from the outside. I need someone who can. Harry had already thought of this. Griffook had been the goblin who had led Harry into Gringotts for the first time. On a long-ago September day that Harry now remembered with the specific detailed clarity he applied to all first observations of new environments. The marble hall. The smell of money and stone and something beneath both. The specific quality of goblin attentiveness that was alert and commercial, and not particularly interested in human comfort. He had tracked Griffook through the intelligence network and found him in a state of motivated grievance against the Gringotts institutional hierarchy that made him, with careful handling, a workable asset. The handling was careful. Harry was honest with Griffook in a way that surprised him, not fully honest. He was not going to compromise the full operational picture for an asset of uncertain reliability, but honest about what he wanted and why and what he was prepared to offer in exchange. Griffook wanted something specific, and Harry gave it to him. And in exchange, Griffook provided access to the authentication protocols and the internal geography of the lower vaults that no external intelligence had ever accurately mapped. The operation itself took 47 minutes from entry to exit. Dean and Harry went in. Sam ran the extraction from outside. Hermione was on communication from the farmhouse, monitoring the intelligence feeds she'd built into the operation. The Lestrange vault was in the lower levels, deep Gringotts, where the security architecture was significantly more sophisticated than the upper levels, and where the magical protections had been built by the goblins over centuries, with the specific creativity of people who had a professional interest in making things impossible to steal and a hereditary talent for it. Gemino and Flagrante curses on the objects within the vault. Everything touched multiplied and burned. Harry had read the documentation. He walked through the vault without touching anything, with the focused attention of a man navigating a minefield, which was the most accurate analogy for what this was. Dean behind him, moving with the same economy. The cup was on the third shelf from the back, surrounded by multiplied copies of itself from previous accidental contacts. But the original was identifiable by the EMF meter, the Horcrux frequency, the doubled signature, as recognizable to Harry now as a specific voice. He had a tool for the extraction. A long-handled iron clamp that Bobby had fabricated, designed to close around the object without the hand making contact, with a grip strong enough to hold through the multiplying effect on the clamp itself. He extracted the cup in 18 seconds. They were out of the vault in 3 minutes. Getting out of Gringotts was harder than getting in, which Hermione had anticipated and planned for, and which still did not go exactly to plan. Because operations never went exactly to plan, and the value of the plan was not that it was followed precisely, but that it gave you the framework within which to improvise. They improvised. The improvisation involved a dragon, which had not been in any version of the plan, and which Harry added to his operational notes under the heading factors outside anticipated parameters, with the specific composure of someone who had been taught that the appropriate response to an unplanned dragon was not panic, but rapid reassessment. They got out. They got out on the dragon, which was Sam's emergency contingency, and which Sam had mentioned in passing as a theoretical option, and which had clearly been more thought through than he had presented it, because the dragon's harness attachments were exactly the right gauge for the climbing hardware Sam had packed as standard equipment. Harry looked back at Gringotts from 200 feet up, on the back of a dragon that was discovering, with considerable enthusiasm, what the sky felt like after decades underground. 4, he said to Dean, over the wind. Dean looked at the cup in the iron clamp, then at the dragon, then at Harry. 4, Dean said. The diadem came 3 days later, and it came out of the room of requirement on Harry's terms, which mattered. He had spent 3 years building his understanding of the room of requirements, hidden things configuration. a vast storage space that Hogwarts students had been using as a dumping ground for hidden objects for centuries. A geography of accumulated concealment that was the most chaotic interior space Harry had ever navigated. He had mapped it incrementally over his years in the castle, in the stolen hours when the room was accessible and his other operational priorities permitted, building a spatial index that was by the time he needed it comprehensive enough to be the difference between finding the diadem in 20 minutes and never finding it at all. He found it in 20 minutes. The destruction was immediate, basilisk venom from the iron vials he'd carried since the chamber, applied with the same methodical care he'd applied to every other destruction event. The diadem came apart with less resistance than the locket had, less projection, less fight, which Sam had theorized might be because this particular fragment had been isolated for so long, buried in a room no one accessed, that its connection to the central soul structure had attenuated over time. It was the loneliest of the Horcruxes, the one that had been most abandoned. It was still a relief to watch it go. 5, Hermione said from beside him, watching the venom do its work. 5, Harry confirmed. She looked at him. 2 left! 2 left! She was quiet for a moment. Outside the room of requirement, the castle was quiet in the specific way of a building that had not yet been told what was coming. The ordinary quiet of a school at night, students in dormitories, portraits dozing in their frames, the staircases moving their slow, patient revolutions. Harry had grown up in this castle for 6 years, in the interrupted, provisional way he had grown up everywhere, and he felt for it something he did not have a clean category for, not home exactly, but the thing adjacent to home that familiar places became when you had spent enough of yourself in them. Ron's coordinating the evacuation routes, he said. Everything's in position, Hermione said. He's been running the student logistics for 3 days. Every route is mapped, every safe house along the route is activated, the younger students have the emergency portkeys. She paused. He's been extraordinary. He's always been extraordinary, Harry said. People kept not noticing. She looked at him again with the expression she had used on him for 6 years, the one that was assessing and warm simultaneously, that had started as evaluation and become something else over time without either of them making a declaration about it. Harry, she said. I know, he said. Not now. I wasn't going to, Hermione. A pause. After, she said. After, he agreed. Dean and Sam arrived at Hogwarts on a Thursday morning. Not through the front gates. The front gates were Dumbledore's domain and the castle's official entry, and Harry wanted the brothers inside before the castle's administration was fully aware of the operational posture he was establishing. They came through a passage that Harry had mapped in his 2nd year and had kept in the private operational file since, a tunnel entrance in the grounds, accessible through a concealed threshold in the old oak near the lake's edge that connected to a basement corridor in the east wing. Harry met them at the passage exit. Dean came through first, because Dean always came through first, and he looked at Harry in the low light of the basement corridor with the quick, comprehensive assessment that Harry recognized as Dean's version of "Are you okay?" that never used those words. You look like you haven't slept, Dean said. I slept, Harry said. When? Recently, Harry said. I need to show you the castle. He showed them the castle. It took 4 hours, which was the compressed version, the version that prioritized operational relevance over comprehensive tour, which meant exits, load-bearing structures, ward locations and natures, the corridors that were reliable and the ones that weren't, the castle's particular architectural psychology that you only understood after years inside it. He walked them through it with the running commentary of someone who had been thinking about this environment as a tactical space for 6 years, who had the mental map of it as fully developed as the mental map of Bobby's salvage yard or the interior of the Impala. Dean asked the right questions. Sam took notes. Moody met them at the East Wing Junction at the end of the 4th hour with an expression of professional assessment that was the highest form of respect he offered anyone. Winchester, Moody said to Dean. Moody, Dean said. They looked at each other for a moment with the mutual recognition of two people who had independently developed very similar philosophies through very different routes, and were now establishing that they were going to be useful to each other. "Good to have you," Moody said. "Good to be here." Dean said, "Show me your perimeter setup." They went. Harry laid the preparations over 3 days. He did it with Hermione's help and Ron's, and with Dean's guidance on the specific hunter protocols, the ones that required the kind of experience that came from decades of actually doing this. From knowing not just what the tools were supposed to do, but what they did in practice, in a real space. Against a real threat, salt lines at every threshold. Not a simple line of rock salt on the floor. Dean had taught him at age 9 that a salt line was a ward, not a decoration, and that a ward was only as good as its implementation. He laid them with the precision of someone who understood mechanism. Continuous, unbroken, at every external entry point and every internal threshold that connected a space the enemy would need to cross with a space Harry intended to control. The castle's stone floors were a problem. Salt on stone had no purchase, could be blown or swept. Bobby had developed a compound for exactly this, a fixative that sealed the salt into the stone's surface. Harry had brought enough for the whole castle. He worked through 2 nights. Devil's traps in the corridor floors. This required the concealment charm, a specific application of magical misdirection that Harry had spent his 4th year learning, because it was the most practically useful skill he had encountered in the Hogwarts curriculum. The ability to make something visible invisible to a casual observer while leaving it fully functional. The devil's traps were carved in chalk on the stone and then sealed under the charm, invisible to a wizard looking with wizard-trained senses, but fully present to anyone who crossed them. He placed 27. He placed them in the locations Ron's cultural knowledge told him Death Eaters would move through, the corridors of tactical approach, the junctions, the points of convergence where a force moving through the castle would naturally funnel. Ron had the castle's internal social geography mapped in a way that was distinct from Harry's physical tactical map and complementary to it. He knew where people moved because he knew how people moved, and the 2 maps together produced something more accurate than either alone. The anti-possession sigils went on the walls in invisible ink, the same ink Hermione had sourced and tested, designed to be non-reactive to standard magical detection, but fully functional as a binding medium. The Darkmark's command link worked through a soul-binding mechanism that was, in Sam's analysis, structurally similar to a mass possession signal. The sigils interrupted that mechanism. They would not break the mark. That was beyond what the sigils could accomplish. But they would introduce interference into the command link, degrading Voldemort's ability to direct his followers in real time. This was Sam's contribution. He had spent the travel time from America refining the sigil design, working from Bobby's research, and from the Darkmark documentation that Snape had provided through his intelligence channel in his 4th year. Harry had thought, when Sam presented the final design, about Snape, about what Snape had paid for every piece of information that had come through that channel. He put the thought in the file and kept working. The water supply was the last element. Bobby had identified iron dust as a disruption agent for possession-based magic in a 1958 Men of Letters technical report. And Sam had extended this finding to the Darkmark's specific mechanism. The mark operated through a blood binding that was sensitive to iron interference at the right concentration. The castle's water supply ran through a system of pipes that fed the bathrooms, the kitchens, the fountains, and the decorative pools throughout the grounds. Harry accessed the water supply through the utility corridor in the basement, in a location Ron knew about because his older brother Percy had once done a prefect inspection of it, and had told the family about it with the specific verbose thoroughness that Percy brought to all administrative information. He added the iron dust at 3:47 in the morning in measured quantities calculated by Sam to produce the right concentration at the points of use. He stood in the utility corridor and listened to the castle around him. 6 years of this place. 6 years of its specific architecture of feeling. The weight of 1,000 years of accumulated magic. The sound it made in the walls. The way it responded to the people within it in the slow, organic way of something that was not quite alive, but was not quite not. He had never been sentimental about Hogwarts in the way his housemates were sentimental about it. Had never had the luxury of a fixed address to attach sentiment to, but standing in the basement with iron dust on his hands and the preparations complete, he felt something. He felt the shape of what was coming. He was ready. Voldemort came on a Friday. Harry knew 47 minutes before the death, Eaters reached the castle's outer wards. His scar gave him nothing. The scar was just a scar now, silent. But the network did. Hermione's intelligence system, maintained and operational through everything, produced a confirmed movement of a significant force from the Dark Lord's known location toward Hogwarts at 9 p.m. And Harry had the information in his hands at 9:04 and the castle in full operational mode by 9:20. The evacuation ran cleanly. Ron had been preparing the student logistics for 4 days, and he ran it with the specific authority of someone who had been underestimated his entire life, and had decided, at some point that Harry had not been present for, that he was finished accommodating other people's limited expectations of him. The younger students moved through the evacuation routes in organized groups. The students who chose to stay, the older ones, the ones who made the active decision, moved to their operational positions with Hermione's coordination, which was the most efficient coordination Harry had ever seen, which was saying something given who Harry had grown up around. Moody and Dean took the outer perimeter. This was Harry's decision, and it was not an easy one. Putting Dean at the outer perimeter meant putting Dean at the first point of contact, which was the most dangerous position in the operational space, and which Dean had not argued about for exactly 10 seconds before accepting it. Because Dean understood tactical architecture, and understood that the outer perimeter needed the 2 people who were best at close-range engagement under chaotic conditions. And Moody and Dean were those 2 people. Sam took the interior coordination function. This was also his decision, and also not an easy one, because Sam's natural function was field work, and relegating him to coordination felt, from Harry's subjective position, like a waste of capacity. What it was, objectively, was the correct call. Sam's ability to hold the full operational picture in real time and direct resources accordingly was the most valuable thing he could do in a castle-wide engagement, and the most valuable thing was where Sam needed to be. Harry told him this. Sam said, "I know, I don't like it." "I know," Harry said. "Do it anyway." Sam did it. Hermione ran intelligence from the room of requirements accessible configuration, which she had modified into an operational center over 3 days. Screens, feeds, communication infrastructure. The kind of setup that had no business existing in a magical castle, and that she had built anyway through the specific refusal to accept that the tools she needed were unavailable if she thought carefully enough about alternative mechanisms. Ron was everywhere. This was not a function Harry had assigned. It was what Ron did when a situation required it, the mobile coordination role that ran wherever the gaps were, filling them with the cultural fluency and the instinctive spatial intelligence that Harry had been relying on since first year. He showed up at exactly the moments when someone needed to know which door to take or which family in which Death Eater contingent might be reached rather than fought, or which exit route had been compromised, and which alternative would serve. He was extraordinary. The Death Eaters hit the outer wards at 10:17 from the operational center. Harry monitored the engagement through the communication feed and felt the castle respond, not with its own magic, which Hogwarts had in abundance, but which was slow to deploy and imprecise, but with the preparations. The salt thresholds at the outer entry points stopped the first advance cold. 3 Death Eaters who led the breach attempt hit the threshold ward and were thrown back with the force of something they had no category for. And the confusion this produced in the following ranks bought 11 minutes. 11 minutes in an active engagement was significant. Dean reported in at 10:23. Outer perimeter holding, Moody engaging the second wave, request for confirmation of the internal routing. Harry confirmed the routing. The Death Eaters who made it through the outer wards entered a castle that had been converted into something they had no map for. They were skilled wizards operating in a magical environment they understood, deploying the tools of a tradition they had spent their lives mastering, and they moved with the confidence of people in familiar territory. The first Devil's Trap at the entry junction caught 4 of them. The effect was immediate and was not subtle. A Devil's Trap bound a spirit of the relevant class, regardless of what tradition the spirit operated within. Sam's analysis had been correct that the Dark Mark's binding mechanism fell within the class of soul-marked entities that the trap affected, and the interference between the trap's binding field and the Mark's command link produced, for the 4 Death Eaters caught in it, a complete operational freeze. They could not cast. They could not move with coordinated intent. They stood in the corridor, and Neville Longbottom, who had been positioned there with 3 other 6th years for exactly this reason, bound them with the efficiency of someone who had been briefed by Harry on this specific function and had taken the briefing seriously. Neville had turned out, over 6 years, to be significantly more capable than his first-year self had suggested. Harry had been watching this development with the specific satisfaction of someone who had always suspected the assessment was wrong and had been proved right. The iron dust in the water supply became apparent in the second hour. The Death Eaters who had been in the castle long enough to drink from any water source, the fountains, the bathrooms, began to show degraded spell execution. Not catastrophic degradation. Sam had been precise about the concentration, which was calibrated to impair rather than eliminate. But in a sustained engagement where the difference between a spell landing and being deflected was often a fraction of a second's precision, impaired spell execution was significant. Hermione called it in at 11:40. Iron effect confirmed on the Eastern engagement. Aura team reports spell landing rate is down approximately 30% among Death Eaters who entered through the main gate. Confirmed, Harry said. The anti-possession sigils in the walls were doing their work quietly, in the way that disruption tools worked, not dramatically, not in a way that was visible in any single moment, but in the aggregate effect of Voldemort's command link running through interference. The Death Eater force was failing to coordinate in the way a force with functioning command link coordination would coordinate. They were making individual decisions rather than networked ones. They were fighting as separate actors rather than a unified body. A unified body with Voldemort directing, it was extremely dangerous. Separate actors in a prepared space were manageable. Bellatrix came through the east corridor at midnight. Harry knew she was there before the communication feed reported it, knew from the sound, which was distinctive. Bellatrix engaged with a quality of violence that had its own acoustic signature, the specific sound of someone who found this not just acceptable but joyful, and the joy was audible in the way she moved through the castle, in the sounds of the engagements in her wake. She was heading for the Great Hall, Sam's voice in Harry's ear. Bellatrix, East Corridor alone, she's separated from the main contingent. I know, Harry said, the room is ready. I know. He had prepared one room in the castle specifically for this engagement, the antechamber off the Great Hall, accessible through the door Bellatrix was currently moving toward, a room that Harry had chosen for its dimensions and its specific architectural quality. Stone floor. One entry. High ceiling. No windows. He had laid the preparation in this room himself on the second day, alone in the middle of the night. The room had a devil's trap in the floor, not chalked, not sealed under a concealment charm only. This one was carved. Harry had spent 4 hours with a cold chisel and iron implements that Bobby had sent specifically for this purpose, cutting the trap into the stone of the floor at depth, permanent, sealed with blood from his own left palm, and with the specific compound Bobby had designed for maximum binding strength. This trap was not going to be walked past or disrupted or failed. He went to the antechamber and waited. Bellatrix came through the door 60 seconds later and stopped. She stopped because she felt the trap before she saw it. Her magical senses were, whatever else she was, extraordinary, and the binding field of a deep-carved devil's trap had a pressure to it that even a non-hunter could feel. She stood in the doorway and looked at the floor and then looked at Harry, and her expression was the one Harry had studied in every intelligence file and every field report. Bright, unmoored, entirely present in its own framework. Harry Potter. She said, with a warmth that was the most disturbing thing about her, because it was genuine. Lestrange, Harry said. She stepped into the room. She was testing the threshold. She felt the trap, but had not identified it as specifically binding, and the calculation she was running was whether the pressure she felt was a ward she could break or something she should avoid. Harry watched her run the calculation and said nothing. He needed her fully inside. She stepped fully inside. The trap closed. The specific thing that happened when a devil's trap engaged on a soul-marked entity was not visible to the naked eye in the way a physical restraint was visible. What was visible was its effect. Bellatrix Lestrange, mid-motion toward Harry with her wand up, stopped moving in the way that something stops moving when it has lost access to its own coordination. Not physically frozen, she could breathe, could speak, could move her head, but the wand magic was gone. The spell-casting capacity that depended on the coordinated flow of intent through a focus object was severed. And without it, she was standing in a room with Harry Winchester. She looked at her wand, looked at Harry. "What have you done?" she said, and it was not quite a question because she was not quite processing the fact of it yet. "I've put you somewhere you can't hurt anyone," Harry said. Something moved through her expression, not fear. Bellatrix did not do fear in any recognizable form, but something adjacent. Outrage. The specific outrage of someone who has never in their life been placed outside their own operating parameters and is finding the experience incomprehensible. "The Dark Lord, Tom Riddle," Harry said, "is in the castle, I know. That's where I'm going next." "He will, he won't," Harry said. "Because everything that was keeping him unkillable has been gone for weeks, and I don't think he's figured that out yet." He paused. "You've given your entire life to a man who made himself into a monster and then made himself mortal again by accident and doesn't know it." He looked at her with something that was not quite pity and not quite contempt, but occupied the space between them. "That's the thing I actually feel sorry for you about." She screamed at him. He left her in the room. The trap would hold. Sam would manage the extraction when the engagement was over. He went to find Tom Riddle. Voldemort was in the center of the castle, not hiding, presenting, standing in the corridor that led from the main entrance hall toward the heart of Hogwarts, with the specific theatricality of a man who had always understood his own image, and was performing it even now, even here. Even with the battle running in all directions around him and the Death Eater network fragmenting, and the castle failing to respond the way it should have responded. He had cleared a space around himself. The witches and wizards who had been in this corridor had retreated to the edges of it. Not because Voldemort had told them to, but because the specific gravitational quality of his presence pulled people to the periphery. He stood in the cleared space with his wand and looked like what he was. The most powerful dark wizard alive, and also a man who had been in a room where the walls were closing for weeks without fully understanding why. Harry had come through the door at the corridor's far end. He walked toward Voldemort. He had his sword off in his right hand, iron and salt rounds loaded, and his silver blade on his left hip, and the rune-focused stone in his left jacket pocket. He did not have the Elder Wand. He had never tried to get the Elder Wand. The Elder Wand was a piece of wizarding mythology that operated according to wizarding rules, and Harry had been raised on different rules. He had a chalk stick in his jacket pocket. He had put it there 3 days ago when he was planning this. He walked toward Voldemort, and Voldemort watched him come, and the space between them closed, and at 20 feet Harry stopped. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. His voice had not changed from the voice in the nursery, older, more embodied, richer in the specific timbre of something that had been through death and had come back from it. Still the same voice. "You look like your father." "I've been told," Harry said. "You look like someone who's been dying by degrees for weeks and hasn't worked out why yet." A pause. Very subtle. Most people in this corridor would not have seen it, but Harry had been studying this man from files and intelligence for 7 years, and he saw it. The infinitesimal shift in Voldemort's expression that was the system registering something it had no framework for. "The Horcruxes," Voldemort said, and his voice was very controlled. "You think, all of them," Harry said. "The diary in 1992, the locket in 94, the ring in 96, the cup 2 weeks ago, the diadem 4 days ago." He paused. "And the one in my scar, which I removed myself last month, which is probably why your connection to me stopped working and you didn't know why." The silence in the corridor had a very specific quality. "And Nagini," Harry said. "I'll handle Nagini when we're done here." Voldemort's face was very still. Harry had read enough intelligence documentation on this face to understand that the stillness was not composure. It was the specific stillness of a mind that was very fast encountering information it could not process quickly. That was running the calculations of the presented data against the running assumption of its own invulnerability, and finding the math wrong in a way it had never been wrong before. "You cannot." Voldemort began. Harry had been moving for 4 seconds already, not toward Voldemort. Laterally. He moved left and then swept his right arm in a low arc as he moved, the chalk in his hand coming out of his pocket in the same motion. And he drew as he moved, not the full trap. He did not have time for the full trap, but the binding arc, the first ring of the devil's trap. The one that constrained the center even without the outer ring complete. He was fast. He had been drawing these in combat conditions since he was 14. It was not a perfect trap. It was not the deep-carved permanent installation in the antechamber. It was chalk on castle stone, partial, executed in motion. But it was enough. The binding field that rose from it was partial, not the full constraint of the completed trap, but a suppression field, a dampening. Voldemort felt it the moment Harry completed the first arc, and the spell he had been preparing. Harry could see the gathering of magical intent in the way he'd been taught to read it, the specific quality of air around a wand being charged, stuttered, not stopped, stuttered. Voldemort was 150 years of accumulated dark magic. A partial devil's trap was not going to stop him. Harry had known this. What it was going to do was by the second. He was inside Voldemort's reach before the stutter ended. The silver blade came out of the left hip sheath in the specific motion Dean had drilled into him 10,000 times. Not the dramatic swing, not the theatrical arc, the short efficient draw that covered the distance between sheathed and deployed in under half a second. He got inside the wand's range, which was the critical move, the one Voldemort had never been trained to defend against, because no one in 60 years of dark wizard dueling had ever tried to take his wand range away from him. He was not fighting like a wizard. He had never fought like a wizard. The engagement that followed was short, and it was not clean, and it was never going to be clean. Because this was not a duel, and Harry had not come here for a duel. He took a cutting curse across his left shoulder that got through the partial binding suppression. Voldemort's magical capacity, even diminished, was not nothing, and it would need attention afterward, but it was not the kind of injury that ended a fight. And Harry's capacity to continue through injuries of this type had been built over 15 years of increasingly serious field work. He used the sword-off at close range. Iron and salt at close range against a mortal man with degraded magical capacity, inside a partial binding field, was conclusive. Voldemort was not a demon. He was not a ghost. He was not a supernatural entity in the classification that a Sultan-Iron round was specifically designed for. He was a man. A mortal man in a ruined body, with decades of dark magic running through him like voltage through a corroded wire. And the iron interfered with the magic the way iron always interfered with magic. and the salt was a disruption agent that worked on the principle of interrupting supernatural energy in the living body the same way it worked on the supernatural energy of a spirit or a demon. It worked. Tom Riddle's body went down. He was not immediately gone. The magic in him was too deep, too structural. And what happened over the next 40 seconds was not something Harry had anticipated fully, and was not something he ever described in complete detail afterward. The dark magic, leaving a body of that age and saturation, left residue, evidence. It left the air in the corridor, changed in a way that the people along its edges would remember for the rest of their lives. A specific quality of wrongness resolving, a pressure that had been so constant it had become invisible, suddenly not present. Harry stood over it when it was done. He was breathing hard, and his left shoulder was bleeding significantly. And the chalk arc on the floor was smudged by the engagement, and the corridor was very quiet in the specific way that violent spaces go quiet when the violence has conclusively ended. He took out his phone. He called Dean. "It's done," he said on the other end, the 2-second pause. "Operational reset. The snake," Dean said. "I need to find the snake," Harry said. He was already moving. "But him, the entity, it's done." A sound from the other end that was not quite a word and not quite a breath. Dean's version of relief, which was compressed into a form smaller than relief was supposed to be, because Dean had been compressing things into forms smaller than they were supposed to be his entire life, and Harry heard all of it anyway. "Go find the snake," Dean said. "I've got the perimeter." Harry found Nagini in the East Wing. She was there without Voldemort's direction, which meant she was operating on snake instinct rather than command, which was both safer and less predictable. Harry had the silver blade and the basilisk venom and Sam's research on the living Horcrux severance ritual, which Harry had studied and assessed and concluded was not reliably executable in field conditions. He used the silver blade. He was not slow about it, and he did not look away from it. Nagini was a snake, and she was also a piece of Tom Riddle's soul. And the piece of Tom Riddle's soul came apart when the vessel was destroyed in the specific way he had watched pieces of Tom Riddle's soul come apart in various vessels over 6 years of this work. The doubled frequency on the EMF meter ran its course and dropped and was silent. He stood in the East Wing corridor. 6, he said to no one, and then 7, all 7. The aftermath of the Battle of Hogwarts was, in Harry's experience, characteristic of the aftermath of large-scale operations. Chaotic, exhausting, full of the specific human work that nobody planned for, which was the accounting of what had been spent. He moved through it for 4 hours with his shoulder bandaged. Madame Pomfrey had found him in the corridor with the competent authority of a woman who had been patching up combat injuries in this castle for 30 years, and was not going to let anyone be obtuse about wound care, and perform the functions the aftermath required. He gave account to Dumbledore, who received it with the expression of a man who had calculated this outcome as possible and was processing the reality of it against the calculation. He coordinated with Kingsley on the Death Eater detainment, which was going to be a ministry function now that the ministry's hostile territory status was resolving. He found Ron and Hermione in the Great Hall and stood with them for a few minutes in the specific silence of people who have been through something and do not yet have language for it. Ron's face had the quality of something that had not finished processing. "Is it done?" Ron said. "It's done." Harry said. Ron nodded, looked at the table, looked at Harry. "Good," Ron said, with everything that word had in it. Hermione said nothing. She was looking at Harry with the expression she used when she was feeling something she had decided not to say in front of an audience, which Harry noted and did not push because she was right. It was not the moment. He found Dean and Sam at the castle's outer perimeter just after 3 in the morning. The battle had been over for 2 hours. The outer perimeter was quiet, the wards settling back into their passive configurations. The specific silence of a space that had been a tactical environment and was ceasing to be one. Dean was sitting on a low stone wall at the edge of the grounds with a cup of something hot that someone had provided. and Sam was beside him reading something in his phone's light, which was Sam's natural habitat regardless of what had just occurred. Harry sat on the wall beside Dean. They were quiet for a while. "All seven," Dean said. "All seven." "You're sure I'm sure." A pause. "Good," Dean said. Same word as Ron, same weight, completely different sound. Sam put his phone away. He looked at Harry's shoulder at the bandaging, and his face did the thing it did when he was running an injury assessment and was unhappy with the data. "I'm fine," Harry said. "I didn't say anything," Sam said. "You were about to—" "I was about to say that Pomfrey is an excellent field medic, and I'd like to review her notes on the wound management protocol," Sam said. Harry looked at him. "I was also going to say that you should sleep," Sam said, "before you do anything else." "I know," Harry said. "I mean it." "I know you mean it." Dean was looking at the castle. The dark bulk of it against the Scottish sky, the lights in the windows where the remaining people were doing the work of aftermath, the towers against the lighter dark of a sky that was not quite ready to be dawn. "What happens now?" Dean said. Harry had thought about this. He had thought about it in the way he had been trained to think about it, the post-operation phase, the transition from active engagement to whatever came after the engagement. He had planned for the active phase exhaustively and had thought about the post-active phase less deliberately, because planning the aftermath required assuming you survived to have one, and he had learned from Dean that you never fully assumed that. "Now," Harry said, "the wizarding world figures out what to do with itself without Voldemort in it, which is something they've never had to do, and they're going to be bad at it for a while." He paused. "The intelligence network stays running. There are still Death Eaters at large, still people who need extracting, still work to do." "And us," Dean said. Harry looked at the castle. "I need to wrap the operational handoffs," he said. "Probably a month. Hermione can run the intelligence function without me and will be better at it. Ron's contacts are going to be more useful for the ministry transition than they are for field work. The job here is not done. Jobs are never done, but this phase of it is done." "A month," Dean said. "Maybe 6 weeks." Dean was quiet. "And then," he said. Harry looked out at the dark grounds. The lake was visible in the distance, its surface reflecting a sky that was beginning, at the eastern edge, to consider the idea of morning. The grounds of Hogwarts, which had been a battlefield for 6 hours, and were now resuming the slow, patient work of being grounds again. The castle at his back, 1,000 years of it, and everything he was made of that the castle had given him, and everything he was made of that had nothing to do with the castle and had been in him since before he could remember anything. "And then I come home," Harry said. Dean was quiet for a moment longer. "Yeah," he said. "Okay." They sat on the wall at the edge of the Hogwarts grounds, as the Scottish dark began its slow movement toward dawn. The three of them in the specific silence of people who have been through something together and know that the something is finished, and that the finishing of it is going to take more time to land than they have right now. And that is acceptable, and they can wait. In the morning, Harry went to find Dumbledore. He found him in the entrance hall, standing alone, which was how Dumbledore stood when he was thinking rather than performing, without the careful management of presence that the headmaster performed publicly. Just an old man with a silver beard in the early light of a morning that had no particular obligation to be significant and was anyway. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment. "Is it done?" he said. "It's done," Harry said. Dumbledore was quiet for a while. "How?" he said finally, and the question had more in it than the single word. It was asking not just the mechanism, but the shape of it, the nature of it, the way it had happened so differently from anything Dumbledore had planned or anticipated. Harry thought about how to answer this. "Differently." He said, "Everything was different from what you planned." "Yes," Dumbledore said. There was something in his voice that was not quite apology and not quite admission, something in between. "I had a plan for a boy who would grow up knowing what he was. A boy shaped by this world who would engage with its terms and its traditions and its rules." He paused. "I got something else." "You got someone who could come at it from a direction it didn't have a name for," Harry said, not unkindly. "Yes," Dumbledore said again, a longer pause. I think, perhaps, that is what was always needed. I think I was wrong about what the right preparation was. I think I was wrong about a number of things." He looked at Harry with the very awake eyes. "I am sorry for what was taken from you before you were old enough to know what was being taken." Harry thought about this. He thought about a nursery in a ruined house, and a man at a gate, and a 1967 Chevy Impala driving away down a lane lined with bare elm trees. He thought about what had been taken, if anything had been taken, the cupboard under the stairs, the Dursleys, the childhood Dumbledore had planned, and that had not happened. He thought about what had been given instead. "I'm not sure anything was taken," he said. Dumbledore looked at him. "I had a different life than you planned for me," Harry said. "It was a harder life in most ways and better in the ones that matter." He paused. "I'm not sorry I had it." They looked at each other in the entrance hall light for a moment. "No," Dumbledore said quietly, "I don't suppose you are." He left Hogwarts on a grey morning 6 weeks later. Not in a rush, not in the middle of the night. He left the way you left a place that had been significant. Deliberately, with acknowledgement, with the full attention of someone who understood they were doing it. He said goodbye to the people who needed goodbye said to them. He finished the operational handoffs with the thoroughness Bobby had taught him, complete documentation, nothing left ambiguous, every loose end accounted for. He sat with Hermione in the operational room on the last evening and walked through the full intelligence architecture and the transition plan. And she received it with the comprehensive attention of someone who was going to be excellent at what came next. "You could stay," she said when they were done. "I know," Harry said. She was quiet. "Hermione," he said. "I know," she said. "I know you're going. I've always known you were going." She paused. "I just wanted to say it, that you could." He looked at her. "After," he said. "Remember," she looked at him for a moment. Something moved in her face. "After," she said. He found Ron in the corridor on his way out, which was not accidental on Ron's part, because Ron had an instinct for being where he was needed that Harry had never fully quantified but had relied on for 6 years. "You'll come back," Ron said. It was not quite a question. "Yeah," Harry said, "I'll come back." "Good," Ron said, "because Hermione is going to restructure the entire intelligence network, and someone needs to talk her out of the parts that don't work, and I'm the wrong person for that job." Harry looked at him. "You're not the wrong person," Harry said. "You're the right person and you know it." Ron's expression did the thing it did, the complicated movement of someone who was still getting used to being seen accurately. "Shut up," Ron said with considerable warmth. Harry smiled. He went through the castle's front gates with his bag, and the 6 books he'd come with, and the rune-focused stone Bobby had carved in his jacket pocket, and the modified EMF meter that had been in that same pocket since he was 11 years old, and the phone with 3 contacts in it that he called every day and nothing else. He had accumulated nothing in 6 years of Hogwarts that he needed to carry out. The things that mattered were not in Hogwarts. The things that mattered were elsewhere. He walked down the path from the castle to the gates. The grounds were quiet, the lake silver and cold, the forbidden forest dark at the edges of the grounds with the patient darkness of something very old that had seen many things and would see many more. The sky was the grey of a Scottish morning that was undecided about becoming something better. He had come to this castle at 11 years old with 6 books, and a skepticism so comprehensive it had included the concept of magic itself. He was leaving it at 18 with 7 years of work complete, a war finished, a file that Bobby was going to close today, and the same skepticism intact, refined, not diminished, applied with the precision of someone who had learned what warranted it and what didn't. He walked through the gates. At the bottom of the hill, on the road that led to Hogsmeade and then to London and then to everywhere else, the black Impala was parked. Harry stopped. Dean was leaning against the driver's side door with his arms crossed and his jacket collar up against the Scottish morning cold, watching Harry come down the path with the specific expression of someone who had been waiting a very long time and was not going to make anything of the fact of it. Sam was in the passenger seat reading, which was Sam's natural state in a parked car. From the car's speakers, very quietly classic rock that Harry had been falling asleep to in the backseat of this car his entire life. He stood in front of the Impala. Dean looked at him. "Ready," Dean said. Harry looked at the car. The familiar geography of it, every scratch on the hood accounted for, every dent he knew the story of, the specific shade of black that was not quite any other black in the world. The backseat that had been his bed and his classroom and his earliest memory of being safe. "Yeah," Harry said. "Yeah, I'm ready." He got in. Dean got in. Sam put down his book. The Impala's engine turned over with the low, rolling authority that was the most reliable sound Harry had ever known, and the car pulled out onto the road, and the road opened up ahead of them. In the rearview mirror, Hogwarts grew small and then was gone. The road went on. The Impala went with it. The three of them were quiet for a while in the comfortable way of people who had nothing they needed to say and all the time in the world to not say it. Bobby made casserole. Dean said eventually. "Bobby always makes casserole," Harry said. "He made it specifically for today." "I know," Harry said. "So we're going straight back," Dean said. "Yeah," Harry said. "Yeah, we're going straight back." He looked out the window. The Scottish countryside was grey and cold and intermittently beautiful, and the road was long and the car was warm, and somewhere in the southern sky, very faint, the sun was trying to come through. He pressed his fingers to his forehead. The scar, just a scar. He put his hand down. He looked out at the road and thought about Bobby's kitchen and the library and the salvage yard and the specific smell of the Impala's backseat, which was leather and iron, and the particular mixture of things that were the smell of home, which was not a place, which had never been a place. He leaned back against the seat. He was 18 years old, and the hunt was finished, and the road was open, and the car was going home. He closed his eyes. The Impala drove on. Bobby Singer's log. April 1998. HP 001, status of all Horcrux targets. Destroyed, status of entity Thomas Marvolo Riddle. Permanently neutralized, status of subject. Alive, physically intact, cleared for operational stand-down. Status of Dean and Sam Winchester. Operational, intact, currently driving a teenager home from a war. Status of me, fine. Just fine, don't ask. The file is closed. Case HP 001, closed about damn time.